Saturday, the Red Wings and Toronto Maple Leafs was one of those "are you kidding me" games. They get down 1-0, and you're pissed off. I'm pissed off watching at home with the dog before I headed out to go to a birthday party, a friend of mine's house. I'm like, God, this sucks. I'm pissed. And then they score the next 4 goals. And kind of gifted the fourth one at the end of the first period. It was a Perron that shot just kind of squeaked past the netminder. I'm like, that's amazing. That's huge. Up by 3 going into the second period. Yep, great. Then I sit down and watch the second period, and I'm still at home. And
you didn't feel like going out, did you?
I did not want to go out. I did not want to leave my house. I'm all pissed off and bitter. They give all the goals back, and now it's tied 4-4.
Once they scored the second goal. Okay, and then the penalty and all that stuff. Once they went on the power play. It's amazing, and, we make fun of them, you and I think Caputo as well. We make fun of the Leafs for their lion-like futility as far as winning championships.
Yes.
It's only 10 years difference. The Lions 57, the Leafs 67. They are such a fun team to watch. They have so many skilled players, and it's just amazing year in and year out. They just...
Well, they have, obviously, with Austin Matthews and
Nylander.
And then Tavares. They got a bunch of great players. It's like Edmonton right now. And how does Edmonton not advance with those top 2 guys? But they don't do it. So do I relish when the Red Wings beat Toronto, or when Toronto just loses to anybody?
Yes.
Absolutely. Can't stand Toronto. Love Canada. Love Canadians.
I love Canada too,
not like the Maple
but I
Leafs.
love the fact that they haven't won a cup since 89.
Well,
I just think it's funny.
I root for Edmonton in the Western Conference because I love those players. It bothers me that they can't get it done. But nonetheless, what happens, we go to the third period, and it's just white knuckle ride the whole way.
And King gets the penalty.
Yeah, another one, because he already got the double minor for the penalty, which led to 1 goal. And then Toronto's got the puck on the delayed call, and they hang on to the puck for like 40 seconds.
I know.
And I'm like, this sucks.
It's over.
They're gonna have a power play for the rest of the period, and we're gonna get the puck back, or the puck back, like getting the ball back in the NFL. And they're gonna have like 30 seconds of ice time at the end to pull the goaltender. Fortunately, the defense did their job, and then Toronto takes a dumbass penalty. Okay.
Yeah.
And I felt ultra confident at that point that they were going to get it done in overtime.
And I thought it was so fitting that it was a Domi that did it. Max Domi.
Well, it was a penalty nonetheless. And then 4-on-3 hockey in the overtime period, Dylan Larkin tips it in for the winner, and the team celebrates like they won the cup. And good, you should, because it felt like that was a giant weight off their shoulders. They overcame adversity in that game. And hopefully that propels them to what they have in front of them tonight. Because unfortunately on Saturday, Washington beat Tampa Bay.
I know. In Washington.
So, and then you had...
but Boston beat Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Pittsburgh lost. And
although it was like 4-1. Next thing I know, it's 4-3. It's, oh, God.
And then it ends up being 6-3 or whatever. But... with this game tonight with the Red Wings, we're looking at the playoffs. What do the Wings need to do?
Win.
They have to win.
Yes.
They have to win out. Need to win the 2 games against Montreal they have, tonight and tomorrow night against Montreal. Tonight's at home. Tomorrow night is at Montreal. And unfortunately, because they didn't get the job done last week against Washington or Pittsburgh, because of that, they need Washington to lose one of their last 2 games.
Yes. It can be in overtime. Doesn't make a difference.
Right. The Capitals play Boston in Washington tonight. And then they finish the season in Philly tomorrow night. They have to lose one of those games, and the Red Wings have to win both of their games. How do Wings fans feel about this right now? Okay? The roller coaster of emotions with this team over the last week. Losing 2-1 against Washington. Scored with 1.1 seconds left. Losing in overtime to Pittsburgh was just, a kick in the balls like we haven't felt in a while. But to win against Toronto, I feel like spirits back up. But how up are they? How guarded are you about this team now with 2 games to go? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Want to talk about the Red Wings next? Want to get your thoughts on the game tonight and where you're at with this team? They need help to get in the playoffs. They don't need monumental help. They need help. And fortunately, Boston is playing for something in seeding in the Eastern Conference as well. So they're going to be bringing their A game, you would expect. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So trying to judge how the people feel. Well, not judge. I want to gauge how the people feel. I'm not going to judge anybody. But Red Wings fans, it was a rough week last week. losing, at home to Washington, losing on the road to Pittsburgh in overtime, winning at Toronto, and you needed that. Obviously, you needed that. And now here we are in a situation where the Red Wings have to win the last 2 games, and they need Washington to lose one of the last 2 games in order to get into the playoffs.
There is a weird way where the Islanders go 0-2, and Washington takes the 3rd spot in the Metropolitan, and the Wings get 3 points instead of 4, and they'd have 1 more than the Islanders. That's the only other way it could happen.
I want to trust you.
Yes. Just win your 2 games and don't worry about anything else.
Well, you got to win the 2 games. Except who do don't the Islanders play somebody?
They play the Devils tonight, who they'll probably win.
And then they finish up.
They play.
Is it Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh. But I'm not worried about Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh could lose to Nashville tonight.
Well, take care of business.
Yes, exactly. That's the point.
Yeah, let's get there because that's really the best way. But how do fans feel about this? This has been a love-hate relationship, it feels like, over the last 2 months with this team.
Mm-hmm.
First 2/3 of the season, the fans were loving the Red Wings because they were giving them something more than they expected. Most people were not expecting this to be a playoff team. I expected them to be a playoff team. So I was staying true to it. And then they had the 6-game win streak and I was getting a little chesty about it, felt really good about it. And then the losing starts. Then Larkin gets hurt. Then the flu comes through the room. And you lose 8 out of 9 games. They're going into the game against Toronto. They were 5-15 over the last 20.
I know
things were awful. So I get why fans have been kind of jumping off this, and fans are frustrated, and they want instant gratification. Make the playoffs, okay? And then now is it gotten to the point, Stoney, where for Derek Lalonde it's win or lose your job?
My guess is yes. But with Steve Yzerman, we're just guessing. We have no idea. We have no idea if he really did give the team and maybe coaches riot act a few weeks ago that we read about, the possibility. We've heard about, that Craig Berube is on his list. So we have no idea what goes on in his mind, in ownership's mind as well. Maybe he believes that 2 years is enough. He knows that players are or aren't responding to certain things, and that would never change because a coach doesn't change his disposition. So, and he has to also realize that some of it's not on the coach, some of it's on me because I supply the players.
Well, exactly. And we still have yet to see the influx of players that he drafted, though I think we're going to see a lot more of that this upcoming season.
Yes,
I mean,
look,
guys have an opportunity to make this team out of
at the end of this season, no matter what happens, whether they make it or don't, I think one of the major, hindsight calls is now it couldn't have been completely right before they actually did it because he was injured for a little bit. But the fact that Evanson did not get called up much earlier.
Yeah, that one is that question was raised for the longest time.
They'd argue, say, well, he needed this development. If he didn't have that development, he wouldn't be as good as he is now.
Maybe, but he looks really good.
He does.
He looks like he's the second best defenseman on his team right now.
Yes, he is.
And he very well may be the second best defenseman on his team. Using his reach and the length, it's fun to watch him. But, I mean, Will Birchfield had his tweet from David Perron, which I think is interesting. David Perron, one of the veteran free agents they brought into this team. David Perron talking about Dylan Larkin. He says, us older guys, we want this for him more than almost every player. I don't share the pain that Larks and the fans have shared over the last however many years.
He's won a cup or two.
We have to find a way to come through for them and for Larks. That'd be massive.
Interesting.
Okay, I love hearing it, right?
Yeah.
Because it shows that the team cares about their captain, and Larkin has been kind of in a way, I don't want to say completely polarizing, but it has been, there were plenty of fans that turned on Dylan Larkin this year.
You know what, David Perron? Don't take any stupid penalties the next 2 games.
There's that, right? Because David Perron has done that occasionally.
And he scored a big goal the other night. I'm giving him credit because he's a good goal scorer.
And if I wanted to be, pessimistic about this whole thing, or if I wanted to be mean about this, I would say, where was this attitude last week when you took on Washington and Pittsburgh? Those were must-win games. had that feel to it. And when you look back on it, my God, if you had beaten Washington, or you outplayed them for 57 minutes, had you come away with a win in that game, be a totally different story right now with the last 2 games against Montreal. But as it is, they got to win.
Yeah, well, wanting it and doing it are two different things.
100%.
They can want it all as much as they want, but I saw someone put up on Twitter that Larkin's 28 years old, and he's only played in like 5 playoff games. And compared to the Yzerman, of course, he's not Yzerman. Yzerman had, in the gap of how many playoff games he had at 28 years old, not even close. Like, I think going back to wanting to get this for Larkin, like, these guys need some playoff experience, man. And besides the fact that anything can happen in hockey, we talk about all the time. No matter what seed you are, these guys got to play some. Like, they got to get in the playoffs. I mean, it's straightforward. And with that being said, do you guys think Lalonde's coaching for his job these last 2 games?
I asked it to Stoney. Yeah. Stoney kind of thinks yes. I'm not sure there, because I think even if they win the last 2 games, they can still not make the playoffs. So it's like, is it playoffs or bust? I don't know. My gut tells me no, because I think Yzerman likes to see things through and give teams a chance. But the thing that has me saying that maybe it's true is because there were those reports that Yzerman was livid about the way the team responded to what he did, which was not much, at the trade deadline.
And the other thing is that even if they do pull this out and get in, I know what Florida did to Boston last year. I think most Wings fans would be ecstatic if they just took a series to 5 or 6, because I don't think people expect them. When you look at this team, there's no way.
There'd be no expectations of this team if they make the playoffs. It's just, please, God, make the playoffs.
Yes, and some of the young guys can get the experience of playing playoff hockey. Now, these games that they've played the last 2-3 weeks are all like quasi-playoff games because they're so important.
Right.
So they've got that going for them.
No, which is nice, but it's not as nice as actually playing in a playoff game.
Yes, exactly.
Which they have to get. And do they have the opportunity, like every 8 seed does in the NHL, to knock off a 1 seed, which has happened a bunch of times, where a bunch of times the lower seed beats the higher seed? Happens all the time. Every year it happens. Would I give them that chance? And there's always a chance. If you get this team, the way they played during that win streak, they looked like they could beat anybody. But since that time, we didn't see a goal-scoring effort from Alex DeBrincat, right? Mm-hmm. We didn't see defense playing well in front of their netminder. We didn't see the goaltender standing on his head. Now, the goaltender is the number one thing that can happen that can change anything. And Alex Lyon, to me, isn't necessarily that kind of guy that can just steal it, like other goaltenders have.
No.
But if he can play at the top of his game coupled with some other things, it'd be nice if what we're seeing from DeBrincat is real now, because he had the 2 goals against Toronto. It'd be great if you could see 2 scoring lines out there. And now with Edvinsson as a stalwart on the blue line, is that something that can make some damage and cause some damage? Maybe, but they still need help to get in, which sucks.
Yeah, I know.
How do the fans feel about it? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. I got Tigers tonight. We got Red Wings tonight. A lot going on. Tigers first to 4 at home against the Texas Rangers. Got the game tonight, then 3 straight day games. Although it's supposed to rain on Wednesday.
That would suck.
That would. As a kid, I loved the doubleheader. As an adult and understanding how difficult it is to play doubleheaders for the team, because if anything goes wrong with the way that the game's played today.
Right, and now. Yes.
Yeah, because now, pitchers don't throw 100 pitches typically. You just burn through the bullpen and it kills you. And the Tigers having 2 doubleheaders in the last week, it hurts. That's why they needed to get extra innings out of guys that they got. Matt Manning going into the 7th was big. Same thing with the other pitchers that did that this weekend. So we'll see what the Tigers do tonight. It'd be nice to get the offense back on track. And it'll be a test for the pitching against the Texas attack because Texas has a lot of offensive talent.
Yes, including a guy that a lot of people thought the Tigers should have drafted, Wyatt Langford.
Yeah.
See how that goes. Max Clark is a long ways off. You're going to have to be very patient.
Well, you draft a high school kid instead of taking
he's a low
college
A
guy. Yeah, but he's got tons of potential.
Right,
and he's starting to warm up a little bit at Lakeland, getting some base hits now, and he runs the bases fantastically. He's fast as hell. So
he's got a little juice to him, personality wise. He had cleats on yesterday that basically said bust. You picked the wrong guy, that type of stuff on his.
It's a chip on his shoulder stuff. I don't know if I'd wear it on my cleats or if I'd rather leave that in my locker in the locker room. But,
sounds like chip on the feet, Gator.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Chips on the feet. Which I don't condone that because walking on chips is bad idea. Bad idea. But the Red Wings are playing tonight. That's where the real heat is and where the real juice is tonight. Because the Wings need to win this one to have any shot of making the playoffs, and they also need help. So everybody's going to be scoreboard watching tonight to see what happens between Boston and Washington. But the Red Wings can't be looking at that. Red Wings just got to do their job. And then if you find out, hey, get up by 3 goals. Get up by 4 goals. How about that? Get up to a hot start. Don't look back. Make Montreal look like what they are, which should be an impotent team, although they're getting one of the college guys is joining their team now. Hudson, the kid from Boston. Is going to make his debut tonight.
Hopefully it won't be as good as the Michigan kid, Frank Nazar, who made his debut with the Blackhawks yesterday and scored a goal.
Well, that pass, I still can't get over that pass. We talk about the most rewatched highlight plays. The most rewatched highlight play I've had in the last month is the Nazar pass. It's just most amazing.
By the way, I think that's can you imagine if they did that in other sports? Like if, I don't know, suppose he was good enough to do it, which I don't think he is. Like Zach Edey could, if you drafted before, all of a sudden Zach Edey goes from the NCAA tournament into the NBA in the same year. I think that's a lame rule.
Well,
I know it's different. They drafted earlier.
It's where you're drafted. I mean, it happens. Yeah. It can happen in baseball.
Yes.
And it happens in hockey.
I know.
But, both those drafts are well advanced. Anyway.
Yes.
Let's get back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Nick is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Nick.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you?
Good. All right.
Hey, the Wings, I think, are a soft team. They don't possess the puck at all. They don't win board battles. And that really starts with who Stevie's got and how the coach plays them. You've got a bad contract with Larkin, and you got a bad contract with Kopp. And by bad contract, Larkin, the no-trade piece is bad. No one should have a full no-trade clause if you're doing your job. I mean, especially there. And Kopp, $6.5 million against the cap, and he's not a fourth-line player on a solid team.
Well, I'm not going to disagree too much on the Kopp part.
Correct.
With the Larkin part, I'll push back big time. I think Dylan Larkin is a very good player in this league. He's a point-a-game guy, and it's less than $8 million a season. He's not getting paid like one of the
money,
superstars in the league.
But the no trade part is
why do I want to trade him?
What binds you? You know what I mean? The money's fine.
I don't know. Why do you want to trade him?
Well, you don't, but you want to have capital. If he's a very good player, but he's not.
He's not a star. He's not a superstar.
He's not a number one player on a number one center on a Stanley Cup team. He's another one. He doesn't go into corners. He's a great when he plays hard, I give him credit. For his size, he does a great job. I'm not trying to diminish anything he does. But as you're the general manager, there's no reason not to leave your options open.
Well,
And
that's a whole different argument for should any athlete get no trade clauses in their contract.
If he was a superstar, if he's he's Pasternak or a superstar in the league, or McKinnon or one of these guys, hey, I get it, but he's not.
No, but I'm sorry, I was done there. He is the captain of the team. I don't have an issue with having a no trade clause. You know what you can do? You can ask him to waive it. If you want to move him, right. I don't know why, but you're not wanting to move him at this point.
No, but his point is, though, if he doesn't want to leave because he's from here, they're stuck. I get where no trade clauses can hurt the team. It's like the opt-out stuff. I mean, we've seen it with the Tigers.
I think when you're a player and you've been named the captain of a team and you're ready to sign a long-term extension, I think you get the no trade clause. That's part of it. That's part of the deal.
Right.
And I have no issue with that at all. If the Red Wings were ready to move on from Dylan Larkin, they said this guy just can't get it done, then you find ways to trade him. Yes. I don't think it's as difficult as you want. If that's why you're upset because he's got a no trade clause, I don't know what to tell you. I just don't think it's that much to gripe about. What there is to gripe about is they didn't get the job done last week.
Right.
And they didn't get the job done. I mean, this is the thing. I don't want to focus on the negative because there's still positive that's out there.
They won their last game.
Well, the positive is that they can win tonight, they can win tomorrow night, and they put themselves in a position where they can make the playoffs if they get help. It sucks that they need the help, and that I can't shake it.
And that's very odd of you. You're usually more positive than most. The fact that they won Saturday, are home tonight, I'm feeling good. I'm not worried about what happened last week now. It's ridiculous to me. It's done. Nothing you can do about it now.
No, I know there's not, and that's the thing is that they're at where they're at. Okay, and if you would, you could put that losing 8 out of 9 games. If that happens in November, instead of happening, when it did, I guess we're all feeling differently because hey, you know what? People be optimistic and they got a chance to make the playoffs.
Yes,
but it's not the case. And those losses, when you go 5-15 in a 20-game stretch. And a couple of those losses are to Arizona or Phoenix, whatever they are.
Well, they're going to be Salt Lake City, which is a whole different.
When you lose to the Coyotes, one of the worst teams in the league, and you did it not once but twice.
Within like 2 weeks, too.
Yeah. And when you lost there, when there's a 5,000-seat arena and 4,500 fans that are there are Red Wing fans, it's embarrassing to see that on your schedule that you've lost both of those games. But yes, to your point, nothing you can do about it now.
Nope.
You just play the game that's ahead of you.
Yes. Which
is why I don't focus on what happened against Arizona. I look at what happened last week. And what have you done for me lately? Well, you beat Toronto in overtime, thankfully. Thankfully, Toronto wasn't in the race.
Correct.
Because if you had given them a point where it mattered, that's like when you played against Pittsburgh, and it's like, please, just win the game. And they didn't win the game. Red Wings got a point, but they didn't get 2. Like, getting the 2 points is massive. Holding the other team to nothing is even better.
Yes, indeed. All right, Gator, champ and chump. Do we have time to go over that now?
Yes, you want to review your champ and chump?
Yes, I do want to review.
Yeah, because your champ is great. I'll start. Yes. My champ was the University of Denver hockey team. They shut out Boston College. They won their 10th national championship. It's the first team in college hockey history to win 10 national championships. It was a great scene as they shut them out, actually.
Yeah, and their coach, maybe coaching the NHL one of these days. I thought he was Wings. I don't know if they did. Should have talked to him the last time there was a coaching search. I think his last name is Carl. Dave Carl, I believe his name. Yep. All right, my champ is former Piston Boban Marjanovic. Why? Well, Boban, who now plays for the Houston Rockets. He was on the Clippers after the Pistons. You remember him and Tobias Harris was traded there for Blake Griffin. He's kind of a cult figure in the NBA, but he was a Clipper, so he knows what goes around there. The Clippers have this promotion that if an opponent would miss consecutive free throws, they'd get some Chick-fil-A sandwiches for free. So Boban missed the first one. He knew he could make his former team's fans happy. The game was in LA. If he missed the second, the game was insignificant. Everybody, the Rockets weren't making the playoffs. And the Clippers, they'd already been locked in with Dallas for about a week. So he missed the first one, and he missed the second one just on purpose. Now, he might have missed it anyway, but he did it on purpose. Here's how it sounded with the Houston announcers.
The highlight's great.
Boban.
You tweeted it out earlier. It's fantastic to see when Boban recognizes it and puts the hand up. I got you. I got your chicken. Mm-hmm. I know. I won't let you down. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. And then he misses the free throw and they get chicken. It's great. I love those moments where, you see where a basket's made and the crowd gets whatever, curly fries or a free taco or whatever the case is. It's always great. But that was an amazing scene. Chump of the week.
Oh, no. That's right. We're going back to this.
Yeah, well, you got to finish it up. It's not just champ. My chump are the Wings for putting themselves in this situation. They needed to beat Washington and Pittsburgh last week. They couldn't do either. And now they're reliant on help to make the playoffs, even if they win out the last two games. Your chump?
My chump is the CBS Broadcast Network. They promoted last night a concert, Billy Joel at Madison Square Garden, where he started this 10 years ago, where he plays the Garden once a month. So his 100th show in that residency was on March the 28th. So they promoted, Billy Joel live at Madison Square Garden Sunday, April 14th, 9 o'clock on CBS. Now, I knew it wasn't live. It was live on tape or whatever, which is fine. I got it. It's a 2-hour window, so I knew some songs are going to be cut because you're going to have commercials.
Sure.
I get that. Well, last night, besides all the other stuff, like skipping some songs, because I did check the set list from that show, because I thought this is kind of weird. Why would he play it anyway? So at the end of the show, the broadcast show, not the real show, because Billy Joel does not end his concert with Piano Man, which is his most famous song. I love that song.
What does he end it with?
He ends it with maybe it's Big Shot or You Might Be. Okay. I don't know. Whatever. Sometimes it's Pressure. Whatever. I don't know. Anyway.
Didn't mean to put pressure on you.
Yes, I know. To make a laboriously long story short, I'm watching it last night, and they're playing Piano Man, which is the last song before the encore. And the show started a little late, about a half hour late, because the Masters went late, and they had to show the what was it called, the Reacher or the Chaser or whatever. I don't even know.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah, we're getting the Jaws. All right.
I think it was the Tracker.
All right, yeah, the Tracker, that too. Well, the bottom line is, in the middle of Piano Man, they cut out and went right to local news. So CBS, you are the chump, although I could get the chump for how long that story took.
Billy Joel got jazzed.
Yes. CBS, you were chumps.
Thank you, Stoney.
Yes.
Hey, Detroit, spring is here. The red, white, and blue trucks are going to be on their way, so you don't want to get caught with a flooded basement or a scorching hot house this year. No, you don't want any of that. Make sure that you beat the weather and you call the right people. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Give them a call today. Frank's the owner. He's got a great deal going on. They've had this going on all spring where they're giving customers a free tankless water heater included with the purchase of a full furnace and air conditioning package. Doesn't matter if you got a flood in your basement or a clogged drain, or maybe your AC unit just won't turn on. You got a bad thermostat, whatever it is, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Or you can schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. So, kind of recap, we obviously talked about the Wings game tonight against Montreal and why it's important. They have to win these games to have a chance, and Washington needs to lose. Washington is playing at home tonight against Boston. Now, the Boston Bruins sit atop the Eastern Conference Atlantic Division, which is the Red Wings division, with 109 points, but they're only a point ahead of Florida. If they win tonight, they clinch because that would give them 111 points, and Florida only has one game left.
Yeah.
So Boston's got reason to win this game.
Damn right they do. Go Bruins!
I mean, I feel like you need to give an inspirational speech to the Boston Bruins.
Boston, the Boston Bruins, Bobby Orr, Johnny Busick, David Pasternak, all of you. Go win the game. Do it for the original six club, the Detroit Red Wings. Do it for your brethren. There you go. Kick their ass.
Oh, wow.
Kick their freaking ass for Ray Bork.
Do it for Ray Bork.
Do it for Ray Bork.
Do it for Cam Neely.
For Cam Neely. For John Wensing. For Donald freaking Cherry, who couldn't count how many guys he had on the ice against the Canadians.
No. Sometimes you can get the best of you.
For Chris Nyland. He played for both teams, actually.
Knuckles.
Yes.
But this is why it's important for Boston.
Jerry Chivas.
This isn't just some game that they don't care about.
No.
They should care about this game. They should.
Brad Marchand, go lick Ovechkin if you have to.
What?
Remember when Marchand would lick the player?
I was like, lick him.
Yeah, lick Ovechkin, Marchand. You're the ugliest guy in the league. Score a goal.
Oh, it's hard to root for Marchand.
I know it is. But you got to do these type of things, Gator.
Yeah.
When it comes to the bees.
Do it for Ken Hodge.
That's right, Kenny
Ken
Hodge.
Jr.
Ken Hodge.
Do
Do it for Kenny Cott. He needs the Wings. He wants the Bruins tonight. Go Bruins.
I think we're all.
Let's go Bruins. Derek Sanderson.
I want to see how many older players you're going to bring.
Oh, I could go on forever.
I'm glad you're not going to do that. Nonetheless, it's a big game tonight.
Pete Peters. Former Red Wing Reed Lawson. Mike O'Connell.
Yep. Yep. Who was the goalie they had that was 35 and finally helped them win the cup? I forget. I bring his name up all the time, and now I can't remember the name. But it's the reason why you never know when goalies are going to hit. It took him until his mid-30s.
Tim Thomas?
Tim Thomas. There you go. Yeah.
A Michigan guy.
Exactly. Do it for Tim Thomas.
Yes.
But the Red Wings have to do their part. They got to get out to a hot start. Let's not put any pressure on yourselves, right? You know, because I'm having flashbacks to last Tuesday against Washington, where the Red Wings came out on fire. They threw all these shots at the netminder in the first period, and they had nothing to show for it. They thoroughly outplayed Washington. They thoroughly outplayed them for the entire game and ended up losing it 2-1. It really was kind of a shutout.
I know.
Gave up a goal with 7 seconds left in the second period, and they scored with 1.1 seconds left in regulation to make it 2-1. It's every puck possession matters. Every shift matters. We'll see if Andrew Kopp plays tonight. He's going to skate in the warm-up and decide if he can go.
He'll have a cage on.
Well, yeah, good. He should have a cage. He's got a fractured cheekbone, so please do that. Alex Lyon will be the netminder tonight. Or somebody on Friday's show said, goalie, because they stop goals. Call him a goalie. Like,
the man between the pipes.
That's right. So we'll see Alex Lyon in action tonight, and hopefully the Red Wings continue where they left off against Toronto. Lots of goal scoring. Don't give up goals.
Let's go, and let's go Bruins.
And let's go Bruins. Rico joins us in the studio.
Gilles Gilbert.
Oh, boy.
I'm not allowed to talk hockey. I was told by Kenny, is the hockey elite, told me I was not allowed to speak upon hockey.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Come on. We're recycling, we're rechanneling all our old Bruins to lead the Bruins to victory over Washington. That's what we're trying to do here.
The funny thing is, it's almost like, geez, do you want to do this one more time? Do you want to go on this roller coaster ride? Knowing she promised, she changed. It's going to be different this time.
Well, knowing the way this is going, they'll
Right.
win tonight
You
and
know
then
exactly
lose
how
tomorrow.
it's going to end.
Yeah.
Right. You know how this is going to end.
With Keith Primo, the former Red Wings son, in goal, stoning the Red Wings.
Or do you just say, nah, I'm good, I'm busy? But no, we will get back invested. They'll win tonight. And for all the marbles tomorrow as we scoreboard watch. And Have they fired Weaver yet?
No.
Okay.
No. And as long as they do it before the draft, I'm okay.
Yeah, get it. Well, hire somebody before the draft.
Yes, exactly.
Is really what I want to see.
Right.
I don't.
Yeah.
You don't want to leave it up to a consortium
Yes.
to make the decision for what the Pistons are going to do in the future.
I don't see the cleaning of house the way it should be.
No. Are you kidding?
I see an owner who's just so disillusioned. He thinks he's a player or two away. And it's just like when you look at all the teams that were as bad as the Pistons years ago, I look at the Thunder. I'm like, what happened here? Like they just hit rock bottom there, had like 30 picks, and now they're, what, 1 seed in the West?
Well, we tried to get the guy who was the assistant at the Thunder. That didn't work. Because
Well, I mean, that's the thing. They did try, right? They go to that tree, and it's
So
not
now
the
it's
right
time.
guy
I mean,
because there's only one guy there.
It's
a trunk.
When you think about it, it's
No
like
branch.
pretty much everybody makes the playoffs in the NBA,
right?
except us. It's not that hard to do.
No.
They've extended it because they wanted to. Okay, how about we put 10 teams in? It's 20 teams. Make it. They
Right.
still didn't make it.
I know.
That's right. We're playing.
Yeah, maybe we can make the play in.
That's what I'm saying. Including the players, it's 20 teams now.
I know.
And you're still not one.
Are you guys going to talk about the unbelievable performance by Boban yesterday? Did you see that?
I saw that this morning. The bricking for chicken. I didn't know everybody was doing that, and he was just like, "Hey, you want an extra? You want
I got
chicken?
chicken. I
sandwich?
got you chicken.
I got you.
I got
That
your
was-
chicken right here.
That was great.
Look, you know what? Embrace it.
That's
I
why.
like that.
That's why Boban's a fan favorite.
It is because sometimes you just he's not going to get booed. He's not going to get the bias booed.
I think the Pistons should regret the day they let him go.
No, they should.
They should.
But
100%.
No, they should, because then they would have never made the Blake Griffin trade. Maybe they would have been able to draft Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
yeah, you know what? You can have a fan favorite when you have a winning team. It works hand in hand. But when
Look,
you're losing, nobody wants to see that.
I still want
Because
Boban.
you know what it becomes Miggy when you're losing. Fan favorite, loser. Not Miggy, the team.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I realized how that came across. So I'm talking about the
Hall
team.
of Famer, but okay.
No, I'm talking about the team that's
All right.
losing.
Fair enough. Mike and Rico next year, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Lucas Raymond has come on strong for the Red Wings down the stretch. In 6 April games, he has 5 goals and 4 assists, looking like the kind of player Detroit expected when taking him 4th overall in 2020. Wings coach Derek Lalonde. Wings host the Habs with their season on the line tonight. Hear it on WWJ News Radio 950 starting at 6:45. Here on the ticket tonight, Tigers and Rangers are covered at 6:15. And the exodus continues at Kentucky. 5-star guard Boogie Fland has asked UK to release him from his letter of intent. He's the 4th member of what was the 2nd best recruiting class in the nation to leave the Wildcats following Calipari's exit and the hiring of Mark Pope. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's 2:02 and Troy Weaver's still employed. How is everybody on a sunny and 75-degree day? Oh, we'll get to the football. We're going to get to Harvey. But we had to start today with something different. It's a very simple question. How is Troy Weaver still employed? And there's other questions I'm going to ask you, but the Pistons have now completed the worst season in franchise history, 14-68. They finish a 3-year run having, I believe, exactly 5 more wins than the trying to lose intentionally processed Sixers over the same 3-year span. And Troy Weaver, after threatening to beat a fan's ass, is still employed. How? How a real franchise would operate is simple. There'd be a breakfast call, and he'd be fired by 7 a.m. And you only wouldn't fire him after the last game because you want it to look semi-professional. Let's at least have a bagel together, and then I'll put a bullet in you. So I want to ask this question. At 2:03 in the afternoon, Rico, Lamar, Beard, give me one reason, credible reason, Troy Weaver is still here. It's the most obvious firing ever.
I can't because
Try again. And another.
There's no reason why he should be here, Mike. There's the numbers and everything. Okay, here's something that you don't get to say often.
Yes.
When he was hired in, Pistons, he finished his first year. You know how many wins Pistons had? 20.
Okay.
This year they have 14. In 4 years, they went backwards. Like last year, I'll give you, Cade was out, and you still managed to win 17. Last year was, I think, a year everybody wrote off, and it was actually advantageous because when Bayama was out there, and you're hoping that you can get that pick. But 4 years in, you actually have less games won than you did when you first got here, and you're telling me that you're building? Okay. No.
In 4 years, you've won a few more games than the Celtics won this year.
Yeah.
20, 23, 17, 14. You're fired.
Yeah.
You've made 12 first-round picks. One of them might be an all-star in Cade. The other, I think we're all convinced you have to deal, Jaden Ivey. The only other player anyone cares about might be who? It's Jalen Duren, but he's not a modern center. He cannot score basketball.
Right.
So I want someone, because here's the problem, Rico. Piece in The Athletic stating that, change could be coming. We're going to hire a babysitter for little Troy. We're going to hire a president of basketball operations as the guardrail, the bumper bowl, if you will, to have, quote, final approval on all basketball decisions. Yeah. So let me just understand this now. You pay a head coach $13 million a year. He has a boss with a GM in Troy Weaver. And now, in order for both of them to get approval on the moves they want to make, we're going to have another layer of management. Take it from me, we work in a company with too many layers of management. It doesn't help efficiency.
It doesn't.
Okay? If you need a babysitter for your GM, you have the wrong GM.
I'm with you because this is where I'm wondering, what did you do for 4 years? A little quickly, impromptu by the numbers.
Yeah, let's hear.
So in 2021 year when the Pistons won 20 games, okay? This team won 17 games.
Orlando.
This is Houston Rockets.
Oh, if you're going to, how about this? Reverse engineer. We'll do by the numbers.
Okay.
Reverse engineer this. Rico, the teams that started their rebuilds even after you are in a better position.
Yeah.
It's not even close. Yeah. And forget about Oklahoma City.
I was about to say, this team only had 22 wins. They had 2 wins more than you.
By the number.
And now they're sitting pretty with 57 wins this year.
Yeah, I think Orlando's probably the fairest comp. Oh. And Orlando, their rebuild is legitimate. It's legitimate.
See, I was going to say Houston because Houston had players that they had to get rid of. They hit rock bottom. It was like, okay. And now you're still stuck. Like everybody else has gone and moved on and doing things.
So here's the question. This is the real question because I don't think any of you, not even if you're on the team's payroll and calling under a fake name, could offer me a reason Troy Weaver is still breathing professional air here. The real question is, are the Pistons the most hopeless situation in all of professional sports? Any league, any team, anywhere. Because my answer to answer my own question is yes. There is no franchise in any spot in sports that is more hopeless than this. None. You can factor in salary cap, no cap. You can factor in geography. You can factor in bad luck. You can do whatever you like. To me, this is the single worst franchise in all of professional sports with the most difficult road out of this. Mm-hmm. And this man is going to be sitting at a lectern during the NBA draft lottery.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the cherry on top is, the person that was he the Killian Hayes GM?
Yes.
Yeah. He's not in the league. People told me, why do you hate on Killian? Because they released him, and everybody else just watched him float
Not
away.
in league. Bay for spare parts, James Wiseman, and Beef Stew, who you overpaid for, and he has no role with you. Go ahead. Go to Cade. Some love him, some don't. But I think we can all agree he's the best asset they have. Mm-hmm. Okay, then we go to Jaden Ivey. Do we? Because he needs to be shipped out. He played awful in the second half of the year and can't play with Cade. All right, fine. Well, what about Asur Thompson? Let's go to the offensive game update desk. Well, I don't know what fit he has as long as you plan on having Jalen Duren on the court, who we like, but once again, can't shoot. Sasser? Some Euro stash I don't know about? Who? What? When? Where? How? It's the most hopeless franchise in all of sports. Argue it. Give me someone who is more hopeless. And explain to me again how Troy Weaver was not fired over a bowl of oatmeal this morning. 14-68. And also, side note, I know no one heard the audio, but I heard Falar play it this morning. Monty Williams, enough with the tough talk. Enough with this Rocky Balboa speech. Oh, we dug in the trenches this year, and now we poured a concrete to see whose fingerprints are in it. Yeah. Man, this is a crime scene. The body's in the concrete. There's no fingerprints.
Yeah.
You have a coach who seemingly doesn't want to be here, who's here. You have a GM who has no business being employed, who's here. You have an owner who may or may not have drawn the blinds yet and woken up today. And now we're going to add a babysitter. That's the franchise's answer to 14-68, after 17-65, after 23-59, after 20-62.
Who would have thought that 23 wins would be the heyday in Detroit? We should hang a banner and say, hey, 23 wins. Yeah.
Name it.
I mean, because last year, I'm willing to say last year didn't count. K got hurt, and you actually wanted to be bad. You actually wanted to get Wembayama. I was okay with that. Don't try. I think we all were. But you tried this year. There was really no significant injuries. You went out there and you almost set an NBA record.
This is the team you put together.
Yes. And then midway through the season, you realize, well, wait, I guess maybe Killian Hayes isn't that good. Let me see if I can trade him. And here's your trade line.
It was a hot market for Killian.
But yeah, when you see other teams, like I look at Houston because at the time they had James Harden and they had 17 wins and that franchise looked like it was just in utter despair. They figured it out. They moved on. They're starting to get better. Are they going to win a title? No, but there's hope. There's no hope here. Their hope is gut the team.
Right.
This team actually would be better off if they were an expansion team because at least you would have no hope for them. You would just start from zero.
The point is, as long as Goras owns the team and as long as Arn Tellem is involved and as long as now you're going to have a babysitter to rubber stamp decisions, as long as Troy is here and Monty's mind is in Phoenix, but he's here, you're dead. You're dead.
But they set the pillars. They built the foundation.
No, I mean, that audio was something. But I don't care. You could be a huge football fan, basketball, baseball, hockey, or all of the above. Name one franchise in a more hopeless spot. Because I can't. Won't even try. I think that truly in the history of Detroit sports, I've never felt this way about any team.
No, because
not even the Lions.
0-16, you at least knew you were going to get the number one pick next year.
And it was a quarterback.
And you could start over. There's
Troy
no one in
Weaver's
this
here.
draft.
We're only doing 2 segments on it. We'll take a few phone calls. We're going to get to Baez's audio. And I think my reaction may surprise you. We'll certainly talk a little football. We've got plenty of draft stuff here as we're a little over a week out. And I think I have just a very simple explanation for this. I love how people create a big question and a big debate about something that's very simple. We're going to call it baseball injuries. And I'm going to throw something out there. No pun intended. And
by the number?
By the number? No, it's just a simple, guys, you don't need to blame the rule. You don't need to blame
pitch clock,
pixie dust. No, I have for you what it is. We'll get into that, a little bit about the Masters, but we wanted to start with this just because truly it's the most underreported story in sports. And the fact that Troy Weaver is still gainfully employed when we take the air at 2 p.m, the day after the season ends, a.k.a. Black Monday like in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Guys, he's going to be sitting there at the lectern, isn't he? He's going to get to make another pick.
He is.
He's going to get to spend $60 million cap space.
He is.
That's unthinkable.
He is. What about the big night in Hockey Town tonight? We're not going to talk about that.
I said this to Kenny. The program I'm on is this. Win tonight. I care about you tomorrow. Because when they blew that 4-1 lead against the Leafs, I wanted this team launched into space. And then they spite win the game, only to now have to win their last 2 and get help. Mm-hmm. See, my fear is, it's not a fear. I can't celebrate them making the playoffs because they will have made it in the most excruciating way possible. And I don't think it means that the Yzer plan is doing a good job because it is not. A playoff chase can't mean 6-15 my last 21 games. You will have clown card your way and won some weird contest where the other teams simply weren't even remotely into making playoffs.
But if you make it, do you get the chance to wipe the slate clean? And
by playing an incredibly competitive, extend a series to 6 or 7 games? Yes. But on surface, no.
Okay.
This has been gross. So we'll get to it. But they got to win tonight for me to really lock in. You're playing Lord Mountbatten in net tonight for Montreal. Slavkovsky. Let's get after it.
Montembeau.
Lord Mountbatten.
Close enough.
It doesn't matter. They suck. Rico, tell them.
All right, Specs at LTU offers classes year-round. You do not have to wait until the fall. you want to get into radio, TV, graphics design, you can join up at any time because classes are offered year-round. So if you're looking to get into that radio class, broadcast media arts is where you want to go. Digital media arts for TV, graphics communication if you're a graphics design artist. These are all taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business, and with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills that you need to succeed in today's media industry. It's very simple. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. You need to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And once you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose. They are legitimate representation, whether it's personal income tax or business payroll tax. It's Abraham and Rose. They'll fight for you, guide you through the entire process, and they will deal with the IRS directly for you. So save your money and hopefully the time and headaches that are associated with dealing with the IRS. It's abrahamandrose.com or call the number right now, 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040. Ooh. You went 14-68. Go away. I want to know how it's 2:20 in the afternoon and Troy Weaver's still employed. And is this the most hopeless situation in all of sports? We'll get to Javy Baez at 3. We'll do a little football before then. David, ticket text, what do you got?
I'm waiting, so I want the news. The fact that Troy Weaver drafted Killian over Tyrese Halliburton, he should have been fired immediately.
Okay, no, but thank you for participating.
Someone else is saying, Tony from Macomb actually is saying, this is the easiest firing in sports history, and Gores wants to get Troy a babysitter instead? Makes no sense.
Think about that. When has it ever been more obvious to fire someone? I mean, we have no war chest, still owe the Knicks a pick. We have a roster that's in complete disrepair. There's no hope.
You've actually lost more games now than when you first got here. So you didn't improve. This is you cannot allow this man to make another pick.
20, 23, 17, 14.
Because right now, there's only one pick that anybody else in the league really wants that you cut. They would covet, and that's Cade. And I think we're probably overselling what Cade you'd get back in return.
Yeah, I think the realistic return is you call a team like the Spurs and you get a couple first-round picks and maybe a rotational player. Like, you're not getting 5 first-round picks.
The fact that he's
extension eligible, Rico.
Yeah, you're going to keep Troy and bring in a supervisor for him, somebody, a buddy, a consigliere, somebody he can bounce ideas off of.
This franchise has no idea what they're doing, because the owner is a space cadet.
Tom Gores and Troy Weaver are driving me away from being a Pistons fan. That is Trevor from Davidson.
I have news for you. Expand this. Tom Gores' stewardship of this franchise has alienated a generation of Pistons fans. Because I hate to break it to you, if you were 16 years old in 2004, and that was the glory, your formative time in life, and the Palace was rocking. By the time you were 19, it was all over. You are sitting here now as a 40-year-old or a 38-year-old grown-ass human with a family and a mortgage or a life, a career. You haven't seen anything worth watching in a minimum of 15 years. You've lost a generation in your Bobby Bottle service dress shirts and T-shirt cannon.
Pretty sad when you put it that way.
Well, that's what I'm here to do.
You're right.
Someone says, restore the restore. That's the Pistons motto for next year. Another person, David Madisonite, says, I used to be a huge Pistons guy, and I don't even watch the NBA anymore because the Pistons are so bad.
And Troy Weaver, a man who has architected a grand total of 72 wins in 4 seasons. I believe that's the number. 20 and 23 is 43. Add 17 to that. Well, that's 60. And now what do you got? 14. 74 wins in 4 years. Christ, the Celtics have like 70 this season. Come on. Go to Brandon, 97.1. What's up, Brandon? How are you?
Man, Mike, I'm mad, man. So I'm gonna look. I think we got the Bill Davidson curse, man. This team is unwatchable. There's no hope. I ain't never thought in 15 years that the Denver Nuggets would be better than the Detroit Pistons. Like, I didn't see that coming. There's no hope, man. This is not a free agent destination. I don't even know who's in the draft. Who's number one pick? I don't even know.
The number one pick right now is a competition between a guy named Alexander Sarr, who was Wembanyama's caddy and then went to Australia to play for a year. He's played 17 minutes a night, scoring 9 points a night. That's the number one pick. He's a center who might profile to be a stretch 4. Might. One problem. He only made 18 three-pointers this year. That doesn't give me great hope.
Mike, there is no hope. This is the worst organization in sports history. You got an owner that wants to be friends with the management. That is ridiculous. Look at what he did with Casey. He brought in Monty and said, "Oh, Casey, we're gonna have you a role within the organization. Like, dude, come on, fire some people. Get somebody here that know what Detroit basketball is all about. Because this is a circus, and it's not going to get better, man.
I'll tell you this.
And look, just go ahead.
No, Brandon, what you're bringing up, I need to see it, and I don't care if it's a Zoom with the Christmas tree up like we got at Christmas. Tom Gores owes people an explanation now. You said major changes were coming. Where are the major changes? And if it's bringing in a babysitter for Troy Weaver, because that's the equivalent of handing a machine gun to a baby, you owe an explanation. It's ridiculous.
Mike, I'm going to go ahead and say this. If they want to sell some tickets, they might as well draft Bronny James and have LeBron come here and bring his friends. That's the only hope.
Oh, God.
It might be a one-year
God
wonder, but hey, at least.
Brandon, it's bringing Draymond here. That's what they're going to do.
Oh, no, don't say that. Oh, Mike.
Oh, God. I just threw up with Brandon. It was like synchronized swimming. We threw up at the same time.
To put it in perspective, you talking about this, 74 games, 4 years. You think back to the Bulls who won 72 games in a year, or the Warriors when they won 73 games in 1 year. It took you 4 years to eclipse those two records.
Tom is up next, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
My greetings from Utah. How you doing, man?
What's going on?
I am completely blown away by this absolute travesty that passes for a basketball team. So I did some digging and I did some research.
Okay.
There are two other franchises in all of NBA history that have matched this awfulness of 14 and 68. One of them was the 1982-83 Rockets. Okay. 3 years later, the Rockets had 51 wins and they were in the NBA Finals. We know damn well that ain't happening here.
No. Think about what it would take for this team to get to, say, 36 victories, to be a fringy, bad play-in team. I mean, Tom, what's the pathway to it? You're going to extend Cade and you're going to sign Tobias Harris. Then you're going to draft a 19-year-old from France who won't be ready to play for 3 years, and that's if you win the lottery. That's what we're doing? That's the plan.
I don't believe it's going to work, and my humble opinion here is the way Mr. Davidson, who owned this franchise for forever, Bill Davidson. My father worked for him, one of his companies way back in the day. He's spun over in his grave so many times to count. He could build his own damn Ferris wheel.
Well, and especially having this embarrassment of an owner take the team away from Auburn Hills, take the team away from that arena, and put it downtown next to people that Davison would never do business with. Yeah, that's like the ultimate personal affront.
Yeah, and this team is so bad you couldn't put together wins in a league where 2/3
aren't trying.
No, but 2/3 of the teams make the playoffs.
Oops.
2/3 make the playoffs, whether you like it or not, with the play-in little tournament. 10 teams make it, 5 teams don't. And we're saying, can you at least get to 36 wins and maybe be the fringe team? Like, it's set up that the entire NBA season is a play-in tournament.
Well, we'll keep checking back to see when Troy Weaver gets launched into space because he's still employed. It's incredible. But then again, is the owner awake? Has he risen from his slumber today? Maybe he's doing laps in his 800-foot pool in Beverly Hills. I don't know.
Hanging out with the Chauncey family.
Oh, he's meowing the community. Little Bobby Bottle Service shirt over brunch. Sure. Hey, who won the match last night? Tom, we got blown out by the Spurs. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state of Michigan, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more or sells more Trex than Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they move that much product. It's all in stock. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, and lighting all the time. They got the lowest prices in the industry, so whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex you need when you need it. You need someone to build that deck, they will intro you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do is call Northville Lumber today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's turn our attention to some football. A little over a week from the draft. Lots of lies being told. Also, there is a question I'd like to lead football today with for both of you, just for fun. Music, please. I just want to start with a question, and it's two parts. Justin Jefferson, Vikings. Turn down $30 million a year. Vikings have no answer at quarterback. They have pick 11 and 23. They could move up, try to get McSizzle. Guys, is this Jefferson's last year in Minnesota, or does he get dealt during this draft? And yes, I know they can franchise him, but the number becomes insane when you begin going down that road. If he turned 30 a year down, I kind of tells you he doesn't want to be there. I just want to hear from you guys.
I think this may be his last year in Minnesota, but I think that it would be a trade deadline. He'd start the year off, but he wouldn't finish in Minnesota. So he would look to see, okay, which team is doing something. I'll go there, and then I'll just hit free agency in the offseason.
No, he plays in Minnesota. I truly believe he plays in Minnesota, and he tries to do the you franchise tag me, trade me in next offseason.
Okay, so this is his last year, though.
Yeah, he plays this year.
Okay.
Yes.
Carry on.
Yeah, so let's go through this 3-round mock draft.
Oh, come on. You can't predict the top 10 picks. We're going round 2 and 3. Fine.
Yes. So I'll give you the Lion selections in those. Of course, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May.
Give me something I don't know.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I think we know this as well. The projected trade here. Minnesota trades up to number 5 and gets J.J. McCarthy.
Have we just heard too much about this for it to actually happen? Generally, trades that are reported on like this or speculated on never happen. I'm asking.
No, I'm always leery because it's the stuff that's done in silence. Like, wow, didn't see that coming. Didn't see that move happening. But, yeah, it's like, okay, JJ is in Minnesota. Who are they trading with? Which leads me to think that, I don't know, Minnesota's putting it out there to see if the other teams would bite on it.
Oh, for sure. The Chargers are going to take the best trade, and somebody may jump up because of what everybody's saying here. 6.
Yeah, maybe Jim takes it and says, but you got to draft my guy.
Yes.
If we do this trade.
At number 6, the Giants take Malik Neighbors. But let me give you this, Mike, because what they pair up Malik Neighbors with in this draft. So, in the second round, the Giants decide to trade up to number 38 and select Bo Nix. Now, before he's drafted, Penix is taken, and then all the other guys are taken. So Bo Nix is like the only one left.
I don't think he'll be there at 38, but sure. Look, here's the bottom line. Take the label off of the team. Any team in this league, if you're going to bypass taking a quarterback at 6, you have to explain to your owner what the plan was there. You're putting yourself in a corner where then you have to end up doing some dirty things to get a QB. I can't see a scenario where they don't come out of this with a QB. It's the same thing as the Raiders. It's the same thing as the Broncos. You have to explain to your owner why you chose not to take one. So go ahead. And I'm not telling you JJ's a better pick at 6 than Neighbors. No. I'm telling you, you don't get to not take a guy. So do whatever you like.
Unless you are, you know what, Bo Nix or Michael Penix is the same as JJ, and if everybody's on board with that and we can get them in a later round.
If they grade them that
but
way.
we can pick up this guy instead.
But the scenario that cannot play out is you don't get him. So, yeah, go ahead and show me. It's going to be a tense 48 hours for my dad. Go ahead.
Number 9, the Bears take Rome Odunze, so they pair up and get their receiver for their quarterback. Let's get to the important stuff. Quinyon Mitchell goes 13 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. And then you have Terrion Arnold, who are, I guess, neck and neck there, 1 and 2 for the cornerbacks, goes 15 to the Colts. Let me give you what the Lions do here in the first round at number 29. They take Darius Robinson, defensive lineman out of Missouri.
It fits. He'll be here in town, so he can walk across the stage.
So they pass on Kool-Aid McKinstry, who goes the next pick at 30.
And much like what I said with the Giants, it holds with the Lions. By training camp, there better be a veteran corner that is signed. And whether it's a Stephon Gilmore or someone otherwise, there's no scenario you can go into the season with this secondary. You can't. You have to make an addition so that Amik Robinson can give you his best play in the nickel. Mm-hmm. And so Carlton Davis has someone else. Like, I'm just telling you.
No, I'm with you.
I have no stress about if they identify a D lineman as the best player or an O lineman or a wide receiver.
My only concern with this is I'm starting to believe that Brad feels like he has his secondary already and that you guys can be concerned, but I'm not.
That's fine, because when you don't win the Super Bowl, we'll be right here to tell you it wasn't good enough. You can do all this childish Mean Girls receipt game
No,
want.
No, I'm not talking receipts. No, I just think because we all say for the years, like they should go and get this. And he's like, I'm not really feeling that.
Which is fine.
But if you really look at what, once he locks in on something that says like his D-line, I've said for years, you need to improve the D-line. In his world, I don't. And he hasn't. We keep saying, you got to improve the secondary.
But he has improved the D-line now. Reader is an upgrade.
No, he did. But I'm like talking through the draft and like in the trade deadline.
That's why I said
you
got to sign a guy. If you don't want to take a guy, it's fine.
But see, I think in the guys that they brought in here, they're like, okay, you know what? One guy we made a mistake with. Maybe we'll replace him. Maybe we won't. We'll see.
Okay, good. So when Carlton Davis gets hurt inevitably again, and you have no perimeter corners anyone cares about, make sure you have those receipts too.
That fourth round corner that they drafted.
And again,
he could be in.
I want them to take a corner at some point, but it must be paired with a free agent signing.
I'm with you.
That's it. He can do whatever he wants in a draft. He's earned that right. But don't tell me they don't need to sign a corner before training camp.
And I know it's hard to predict, but this is a 3-round mock. So we give you what they do. At 61, they take safety Javon Bullard from Georgia.
Why?
And then at 70.
Why? What did Mel get? Hairspray in his face? Why? What? Is this Kuiper?
It is Kuiper and Yates. They went back and forth on picks.
Yeah, I guess at that point I would just need to know who else was still on.
What, are they hitting the peace pipe? We're taking a safety in the second round?
So, yeah, there's an offensive lineman taken after that. There's Drew Phillips, a cornerback, taken right after that.
Go ahead.
We're in round two. Wait, we're in round 2 or round 3?
That was round 2.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go to round 3.
What they do in round 3, they take Bub Means, wide receiver out of Pittsburgh.
I'll tell you right
exactly.
now. No. Listen. First of all, this has a 0% chance of playing out. But if it did, man, the show the Monday after would be fierce with listeners. You would have taken a D lineman, a safety, and a wideout. People, I think, would be freaking out. So Brad will have plenty of receipts to add to his collection.
No,
people would go nuts if that was the draft.
It would be very polarizing because then you would have the people who say, well, Brad's just, he walks on water. So we needed those 3 people. I understand where you're coming from because to football people, it doesn't make sense. But so long as they keep winning, Brad
and
can
also,
do what he wants.
This is why I hate mock drafts. I partake in it because it's fun, it's goofy, but Kuiper's got better odds hitting the Powerball than he does landing those 3 picks.
You know what? That's fair.
It's actually the same thing.
Very much so. Let me finish it off with giving everyone where Michigan players go. 52, Carolina takes Mike Sandersteele. At 67, Washington Commanders take Roman Wilson. At pick number 70, the Tennessee Titans take Junior Colson.
Where's Chris Jenkins?
At 81, Seattle takes Zach Zinter. And at 97, the Bengals take Blake Corum.
Wow. Okay. I mean, the only pick in there I hate is Corum. You can have him. But other than that, look.
Everything else kind of makes sense.
And Corum would where?
97 to the Cincinnati Bengals.
That's actually going to be part of the prop bet. Will he be a top 100 pick?
Wow. Okay. I dig it. Any go ahead, selfishly. Just give me the Giants' 3rd round pick, will you? Come on,
Giants' 3rd round pick.
Give me a little sizzle. Just give me a little something. Let me hear this. We always have a bad habit in the third round. We go and take a guy out of like Henry Ford Community College or something. Like the Giants will take players.
I don't think you all have a third. You don't have a third round election.
Maybe we dealt it.
Yeah.
Who cares? We suck.
It's,
all right.
It's not here.
That is.
Wait, well, you know what? I'm looking at one. This would be an interesting third-round pick for the Niners. It's not Kuiper, but I think this is just a PR thing. Wide receiver from USC. Want to take a guess who?
Jerry Rice's son.
Yeah, Brandon Rice.
Are you dealing Ayuk or what?
I mean, after what happened today, I don't know.
Here's why they don't have a third-round pick. They're projected trading up to get Bo Nix.
Got it.
To give it up.
Makes sense then. Superb.
But Ayuk, I don't know yet.
All right, good talk. Thank you for the mock draft. Appreciate it. All right, we got your pick for the best dealership in town, Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It is simple. Right now, you can lease a 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation starting at $329 a month. A 24 Buick Encore GX, $189 a month. 24-month leases, $19.99 down, 0.9% APR for 36 months. And if you schedule your certified service appointment at Moran, they're going to hook you up with a free loaner. Unlike other dealers, you don't have to waste your time. They have immediate appointments available, and you can go on with your day. They'll tell you when your vehicle's ready. Just go to MoranExpress.com. It is Moran Buick GMC, just north of Telegraph, just on Telegraph, north of Eureka and Taylor. If I could speak appropriately, Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. All right, we will get to the Javy Baez stuff shortly. I wanted to just do this briefly because, again, I think next Friday will be the day after the reveal. But did you see one team has revealed their new uniforms? And yep. I hope it is a guide for the Lions. The New York Jets, which are a loser franchise.
I was very interested to hear what you had to say. That's why I didn't ask you about this in the pre-show.
They're perfection. The new uniforms, the new helmets, they're perfect. It's timeless. The Jets can stay with that for 20 years, and it'll never go out of style. It'll never be better. So my whole point
talk about getting hit with a gut punch. I was not expecting that answer.
No, it's just I'm very eager to see what the Lions come up with, and we've heard Rod Wood's sound about how it's the past and a modern take on. Okay, that's fine. First of all, I always laugh. Like when you hear these executives get up and they talk about uniforms and they're acting like they have the cure for cancer. Dude, we're just talking about buying a jersey from a kid. But I do hope the Lions do something timeless. I've never felt like in my time in this town, whether it was the Stafford rebrand, the blacks, like the Roy Williams black jerseys, then the black trim, then we updated Bubbles, but it was still Bubbles.
Right.
Like even these uniforms felt a little bit arena football. Like, okay, all I want to see when they do this is something they can stick with, and it's timeless.
I'm hoping that they gave us a sneak peek last year with the helmets. When they came out with those Mustang helmets, they rebranded them. Make those your new helmets. I like those. Now get the blues to match the color. Come up with something. But that, to me, it all starts right there. You got a great helmet, great design. And as a matter of fact, now if you're a superstitious person, once you changed and came out with those new helmets, teams started winning. So
were people all in with those, though? That's the question.
I think they were.
I mean, I know when they debuted them, we had some fans who loved them and some who hated them.
Right, but it's kind of like anything. If you start winning, people start liking them a little bit more. It's like the Pro Combats. When they first came out, the MSU had, people hated them. Oh, wait, we just beat Michigan? Love them.
I love how Rico's example is 15 years ago. Thank you for that. Back to when we had a football team. Thanks for that, Salt.
Okay. Deflator.
I am. But no, I just wanted to know, I don't know, like I loved what the Jets did, and I hope that's the direction. Like
I like their the helmets. I was like
everything. It feels timeless. It feels like those will still look good in 10 years. And I want Lion fans to have something they can be proud of where we feel like they're about to start winning a hell of a lot of games. Do it in something that like we all are going to like. Like I don't see how you could critique what the Jets did.
Well, see, here's how you know that the Jets did a good job. They came out with them early and was like, yeah, screw Thursday. How about now? Here they are.
Well, it's the same thing with the way the Rams did it. I thought what the Rams came up with, it took 2.5 years, and they spent a hell of a lot of money with Nike to come up with the design, but it just feels like they can stick with that for a long time.
Yeah, see, this is one where I would just go and probably get some assistant for the Chargers and say, help us with our jerseys. Because everything that they do is gold. It is. They don't have a bad combination. I defy anybody to name any bad Charger combination because it doesn't exist.
I defy anyone to name a Charger fan. There are none. David, ticket text.
They're all spiteful in San Diego.
They're all
now.
enjoying 75 and sunny like it is outside today. You keep your football team. We'll take this weather.
Yeah.
We'll get to Harvey, top of the hour. David, what do you got, buddy?
Someone says the All Blacks would look slick with those new blue helmets.
David, why do you read these in such a leading way? Ooh, the new helmet. Just read the damn thing and be your authoritative self.
He likes the new helmet, so somebody's saying the Blacks will look nice with
that'll
that
look awful. You'll look like Memphis.
He's the deflator today.
Not the deflator. He reads it in like a sultry manner. Just read the damn thing.
It's called intrigue.
There's no intrigue.
Build up.
You want to look like Memphis football if you put that reset out there. You don't
black
want that.
Jerseys. You do realize it's going to be black somewhere in those jerseys, right?
I hope not. There should be no black in that jersey.
I mean, it's not worth putting up on the board, but I promise you, there will be black in those jerseys.
Put it on a board.
There will be black.
Put it on the board on the lunch bet. It's draft season. Let's put the bet.
There may be something changing to your helmets, though, Rico. Because Rob Wood is quoted as saying the alternate helmets will be back, but maybe a little updated version. So they're going to tweak them a little bit.
I mean, that's fine. But so long as you keep that helmet, that should work. That logo should work for you. It's different because I think your other, like, oh, it's classic. Like, you weren't a classic team. You didn't win with that logo, so you shouldn't. I often say, like, the Yankees, it's iconic because you won titles. So, yes, when you see that NY, means something. When you see bubbles, you think bubbles. You don't think ferocious lions. You think bubbles.
Used to mean something.
When?
No, us.
Oh, it still does.
15 years with no World Series? Please. They may as well put a smiling poop emoji on our hat. This ain't Detroit. We don't put up with what you put up
I'm just saying 15 years.
That's what the Yankees ought to do. Alternate new era poop emoji hat.
Nah, 15 years or never making the Super Bowl. So
15
that's what I'm
years.
saying.
15.
Keep this logo.
Oh my gosh, love the new look. Lions helmet, pair it with the blue and silver that matches, and not this gray crap with that helmet that they used to wear.
I never understood why everybody hated the all grays.
I never hated them.
I'm not talking about you.
I was being rhetorical. I was agreeing with you. Like, I'm with him.
Oh, yeah. It's like, yeah, but people are like, oh, that's the worst combination. It's like,
the all blues are the one I hate. They look like Smurfs. It's ridiculous.
see, I think if you did an all darker blue that matched that new thing, yes.
Well, now we get to the whole, if we're going to celebrate the past, it's the blue from the throwbacks that they would incorporate in these.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
But I'm just hopeful.
Yeah, I was like, people were like so angry over the all grays, like prison uniforms. Like, what?
I didn't mind those. I'm with you. I
yeah,
thought they
it's
were
like-
sharp.
Like, no, you can't have those. And I'm assuming they probably lost some games in those, so that therefore it was negative. Here you go. It was like the Michigan jerseys that they swapped out at the last second when they played.
Correct.
He did it again. You went back to the same game for 2 examples in one segment.
You want to know why?
This guy's unbelievable.
Because here was the beauty of it. The blue ones people love. David, why do they love the blue version?
Why did they love the blue
Because
version?
they beat Notre Dame.
Right, correct.
Earlier.
Yeah.
But the white version
That's
was
when
the
they
worst
invented
thing.
night games.
Yes,
was
worst thing
awful.
ever.
Awful.
Same jersey. One was blue, one was white. They loved the blue because they won. They hated the white because they lost.
Well, someone else is saying here, did he just say no black in the jersey?
I said it will be.
I did. Go ahead.
On Jackie Robinson Day. Come on, man.
Listen, man.
TJ's just going to be standing there with his arms folded. No. I'm on Ra walking out. No.
248-539-9797. We got some audio from Javy Baez. We're going to have some fun with this because while he's not wrong, he should probably tell someone who cares. We'll talk about it next, 97.1. All right. Or not. Hey, the NBA play-in tournament gives you a chance to watch teams that actually like playing basketball. So right now, FanDuel, you can play your way in with $150. Just place any $5 bet. You'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, used during the NBA playoffs. And again, whether it's prop bets, totals, sides, SGPs, do whatever you like. But FanDuel has more markets to play in than anybody else. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The Pistons are guaranteed another top 5 draft pick, and they'll likely have the most salary cap space in the NBA at $60 million plus. And it looks like they're going to let Troy Weaver oversee it. No moves from Detroit's NBA franchise on this the first day after the end of the regular season. The Athletic reporting Tom Gores won't fire Weaver, but instead might create a president of basketball operations role to have final say over all personnel matters. Staying in the NBA, the league announced Monday record-breaking regular season attendance numbers for the second straight year. Attendance was up 1.4% to an average of 18,322 per game. There were 872 sellouts this season, meaning about 3/4 of all games sold out. The Pistons, by the way, 15th in attendance, averaging over 18,000 per. LCA's capacity is 20,000. Red Wings host Montreal tonight, needing a point to keep their playoff hopes alive. Hear it on WWJ News Radio 950, coverage at 6:15. And here on the ticket tonight, it's Tigers and Rangers from downtown. Our coverage starts at 6:15. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in. It's 3:02, and Troy Weaver's still employed. I have to just quickly, we'll get to Javy Baez in a second. Now, is this company going to do anything about Beanie straight up lying during an update?
What was the lie, Mike?
Did I just hear the Pistons were 15th in attendance?
1-5.
So just so we're clear, they outdrew 5 playoff teams.
Correct.
Going 14-68.
But
you want me to believe that?
Yes, because
who came up with that? The same people who gave you the big house to sellout streak?
No, from the audit company that gave you the Pistons sellout streak for years, they said the Pistons 15th. Got to be true.
I don't know a human being who bought tickets this year. I only had one ticket request all year. I'm like, are you punking me? My answer is yes. I don't even need to make a phone call. I know I can get you those tickets.
I know a couple people who had season tickets, and it's just because they've had them for so long, they didn't want to give them up.
Hold on. Pistons 15th in attendance.
They are not 15th in attendance.
I refuse to accept it.
I would argue if you told me they were 27th, I would say, are you sure?
But
Can
you know
we
what
go
else?
back and rework the numbers?
The problem is, too, it would force me to say the following. If they're actually 15th in attendance, we're the dumbest city in America. You cannot possibly, after seasons of 20, 23, and 17 wins, pack top 15 attendance.
Well, you know, the place was packed during that losing streak. I mean, yeah. Who doesn't want to see a good losing streak?
Okay, I'll let it go.
Take it with a grain of salt when you hear the sellout crowd and you're looking like there's empty seats here. But I don't know what they were. Maybe, here it is. You include the employees in there.
Or the tickets you gave away to homeless people so they attended your game?
Ticket giveaway and employees.
I don't know.
We're adding everybody. Wait, did you just walk down Wilbert? We're counting that.
Every time the queue line passes, they count who's in the little trolley.
That's another 100. Throw it on the list.
I'm sorry. When Beanie came on the air like that, I went, wait, what did he just say? We'll let it go. And yeah.
15th. That means they were right smack in the middle. So no. That means they outdid playoff teams. To put it in perspective.
If that's the case, this town needs a lobotomy. Mm-hmm. All right, so this town is Ray Liotta at the end of Hannibal.
I just love it. Yeah, they're 15th. Yeah. But I've never, after, like I said, the Pistons and the big house sellout streak, and it's like, guys, it's okay to say the streak is over. It's okay to say we didn't sell out.
Right. They had an ice game against Northwestern where there was like 40,000 total people there. Even Doug Karsh acknowledges it.
Yeah.
Okay, stop.
Yeah.
Hey, buy a Coca-Cola, get a ticket. Yeah, the streak's over. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's get to Baez. So Tigers saved a split with the Twins with a late-inning comeback against it. His cardiac routine, you better enjoy it. Ain't going to last all year. And Javy hits a home run, first of the year. He's hitting 140. We finally got one launched into the seats. He made it 3-1. Big moment. And he starts rounding the bases, and fans were not happy with him. And he's cupping his ear like Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania. So after the game, our very own Jeff Rieger, no judgment, please. I know some of you don't like Jeff or you think he's a rabble-rouser, but he asked him the question, and Javy answered it. And I think this is the ultimate case of tell somebody who cares. Take a listen. Nothing wrong with what he said, except one thing. We don't care. Tell your wife, tell your pastor, tell your friends, tell your therapist. We don't care. See, he's right. He has every right to say, nobody likes smack talked or people disrespecting them. But here's your problem. When you are in the public eye, that's just part of it. See, Javy could really just have moved along by saying, look, I'd boo me. I'm hitting 140. Like, I know I got to be better. Fans paid their money.
There's a reason why I'm at the bottom of the order.
Right, I'll deal with that. Now, I'm not mad about what he said because as adults, there was nothing unreasonable about what he said. The problem is we don't care. It has reached toxic stage. Now they're giving him days off. He's at the bottom of the order. I've told you, if it didn't improve by June, the DFA watch is on. But fans have every right because, look, the guy makes $20 million a year.
Well, here's the thing.
He's awful.
Even he knows that my performance has been lackluster because if you hit a home run, you just round the bases. You don't sit here and play up to the crowd. It's, hey, you're saying we're all on the same team. Well, then you act like it as well. Just round the bases. You don't need to show up the crowd.
But he's the same guy who did the thumbs down thing to the Mets. This has been his relationship. There is a level of spite towards it. And I have said this much, like I'll never accuse him. I might be able to accuse Anthony Rendon, but that's a different town and a different situation. It's not like Javy Baez wakes up wanting to be one of the worst everyday regulars in baseball. I don't think any player wants that. Chris Davis towards the end or Adam Dunn towards the end. These guys don't wake up going, how can I find new depths? That's not fun for anybody. This is this guy's life's work. But the difference is I always side with the fan unless the fan does something truly egregious. We don't care. You could take it somewhere else. You're not good enough to talk. That's just reality. The people who paid their money to go watch that game and largely for 7+ innings get put to sleep.
Yeah.
You finally hit a home run. You did the little cat call thing. You egged it on a little bit.
Right, because your answer should be, as you said, you know what? They got every right to boo. Haven't been performing the way I should, and I got to do better. And that's it. Next question. And nobody would have a problem with that. But the whole, let's be positive. Like, come on, man. Just, hit the home run. Go around the bases. You're helping out your – but once you did that, you're egging the fans on. Now if they boo, it's like, well, I don't understand why you're booing because you did this.
Let me ask you a question. And again, I understand the easy answer is no. That just there's no chance. But guys, look, between Parker Meadows, between Parker Meadows and Javy Baez, you're playing 7-on-9 every night. Can't continue. Can't. And it is toxic with Javy, and rightfully so. And if he doesn't improve, and this offense continues to scuffle, and the cardiac cat routine slows down, guys, no, I don't think it's a certainty he's here by the 4th of July. I don't. And if you guys want him gone, then that's the role you can play. That if he doesn't perform and it becomes truly I'm not telling you what to do. I don't have the energy in my day to go to a game and lustily boo someone. I don't care enough. I know he sucks. I would get up when he comes up to bat, and if I'm Kenny, I'm going to get a 2-foot churro. Like, it is one of those things that if this is what you want and you want him gone, well, your voices are being heard. He hears it. Mm-hmm. So largely, if his performance doesn't improve and you make it very uncomfortable for this organization, it gives you an opportunity. Maybe he's not here anymore. Because, look, I'm not telling you I think it's happening. I'm not ruling out the possibility. Rico, last year, you still had Hinch batting him cleanup. And he only got a day off after he forgot how many outs there were. Yeah. We're seeing routine days off. We're seeing him buried low in the order. He's hitting 140. If it doesn't improve and the fans, the paying customers, keep raining the boos on him, maybe there is an end point here. But his comment isn't wrong. I just wish he would have told someone who cared. Tell your friends or tell your wife or tell your kids, we don't care. You make more money than God to play a kid's game, and you're terrible at it. So, with that said, boo.
See,
that's it.
I would even go with the Rieger's question in the clubhouse afterwards. But when you hit the home run and you're sitting here doing I can't hear you, you're booing me now because I just hit a home run, you're egging them on. You're asking for this.
Like thumbs down right. With the Mets.
You know you're playing like hot garbage. Just take the win, because it's rare that you get something like that, and maybe hope that they stop booing you.
Play well, and this town will wrap their arms around you like no other. That's it, man. And I'm telling you.
We turned a guy like Brandon Inge into a hero.
No, you did. People like you.
Okay.
My point is, let me throw the number out. What do you make of the Harvey situation? I mean, the booing is, look, it's pretty rare someone gets booed after hitting a home run. At home. That is unique territory. If you think the fans are out of line for that, that's your business. I don't. I think this thing needed to end in the offseason, but that's just not the type of organization we have here. Now, if it continues this way, yeah, I do think there's a possibility that this doesn't. Look, the other problem is Parker Meadows has to get sent down. He has to turn it around or be sent down. That's it. You can't keep playing 5-on-9, 6-on-9. And that's where your lineup is on a good day. 248-539-9797. Do you agree with Javy? Do you think it was appropriate? Do you have an issue with fans booing him at home for hitting a home run? I mean, it's all in play. And do you think I'm totally on crack for thinking there is a window to him being DFA'd? It's all there for you. You do what you like. If you want to play What's Your Favorite Highlight, you can listen to something else. Rico, tell them all about it.
I can tell you my favorite highlight.
And I'll leave.
Is your mobile hotspot not getting the job done? Get an on-the-go connection that you can count on with the Now Wi-Fi Pass. It's just $10 for 30 days. Sometimes you need fast internet, like right now. No matter where you are, because your favorite gamer's live stream isn't going to wait for you to get home, and neither will your boss, who's standing in a video conference that you totally forgot about. So when you get the need for speed, you can connect in seconds with the Now Wi-Fi Pass to over 22 million Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. You do not need any additional equipment. There's no commitment, and there's no cancellation fee. That means you can dip in and dip out whenever you want, no strings attached. Now through April 21st, 24th, they're going to extend that. April 24th, get
30 days of Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspot access and unlimited data for just $10 with no commitment and no cancellation fee. Visit Xfinity.com/Wi-Fi pass to find a hotspot today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $20 for 30 days. Pricing subject to change. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Sorry. God forbid I take a breath. In an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. Absolute must. You got to hire the right lawyer or you're screwed. You got to fight these insurance companies, and David Feminino is going to be the guy to do it for you. He has made insurance companies pay for 30 years. He can help you with your injury case as well. He will speak to you personally right now if you call the number 855-65-CRASH or go to the website getdavidgetpaid.com. Yeah, I don't know. It's two athletes in 2 weeks that are addressing or complaining about negativity. It's like, guys, here's a piece of advice. It's free. Don't tolerate or validate criticism from people you wouldn't ask advice from. Javy, you make $20 million a year. You've already won. The people paid their money to watch you play a kid's game, and you're failing at it terribly. Just end. I mean, for God's sakes. I learned that as a radio host years ago. What we do is for free and people still cry like hyenas. It doesn't matter because I'm not asking their advice on how to do my job. Like, just stop. So I have just a real, yes, I have an East Coast perspective on this. Athletes need to play and don't ever get in fights with fans. And you know what? When you want to complain or you want to cry or you want to, tell someone who cares, because we don't. You know what I want? An OPS in the 800s. You know what I want? Some return on the investment this ball club made in you for $20 million a year. That's what I would like. Your feelings are not my concern. You're terrible.
Right. Not you getting all excited because you hit a home run.
And then egging it on.
Right. This isn't your first home run ever. You're a professional.
Well, it is actually.
You need to act like it.
David, ticket text. What do people have to say on it? Number of options here.
It is. Someone saying, Javy has some nerve. I pay for my tickets with my hard-earned money. I will boo him if I want. You play better, Harvey. Someone else is saying Baez does the earwave after hitting one home run, and we're still losing, by the way. Now, like he hit a walk-off. I hope the fans do an earwave back next time he goes 0-4 with 4 strikeouts.
Right, and again, it's not as if he had been playing good ball for even 7 minutes, much less 7 days. It was cutscene 5 minutes, couple games prior. He's booting a ground ball, and Scooble looks like you wanted to kill him. Like, just, if you play well for a month and this happens, it's a different conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So I do believe that in order for this team to move forward, and to give themselves the best chance to win this division, he can't be here because it's going to get toxic. Or unless he does something, Rico, he hasn't done since donning the old English D. Play well.
Yeah, but you could tell, listening to those comments, it's starting to get to him because it became a topic. Because when you hit the home run, you brought it out. Now, if Rieger just asked that question unprovoked,
that's different.
It's different. But the fact that you did that, now it was fair game, and your answer tells me that it is starting to bother you, which I don't know. Because if you want fans to stop booing you, as you say, go out there, hit the ball, or do something, contribute to the lineup. Stop batting eighth.
Stop caring. Realistically, stop caring. No fan, you would never ask a fan for advice on how to play baseball. So why would you validate their criticism? There's not a person in the stands who can hit round ball, round object going 98 miles an hour. Why would you ever validate it? It's the dumbest thing in the world. And I don't say it to be insulting, but that's the whole point. And it's like a movie director taking criticism from a guy who can't read. I'm not asking you for advice on the camera angle for this scene.
Wait, how did you put it during the break? You put it so succinctly. I
said you don't take criticism from people you'd never ask advice of.
Yeah, there it is.
That's it.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I don't care. People bump their gums all the time on Ticket Text. Newsflash. I don't care. I ain't asking you how to do my show. I know I'm good at what I do. I know what the numbers are, and I know what the revenue is. That's the whole point. You have a right to say what you say. We do a radio show. You get to criticize and do whatever you like. But I make the choice. I don't care. Javy should never care. Baseball player, football player, you shouldn't care. Mm-hmm. You won. You achieved the childhood dream playing a kid's game for massive generational wealth. You won. Why would you get into arguments with people pounding hot dogs and $18 beers? Let it roll. I don't get it.
And that's what he just did by doing the ear thing. Now he's telling all the fans, oh, so you hear me now? I'm going to say it louder.
That's the point. And again, we have proof that this is his adversarial relationship with the thumbs down with the Mets. This is what he does. Javy, just stop swinging at sliders 18 feet outside the zone. It's play better, you'll be embraced. And while his answer, there was nothing wrong, it's we don't care.
Right. And this town will not only embrace you, they will love you. They will turn you into a hero. If you just go out there and play like we think that you should be.
Yes. David, a couple more, and then I'll get to the calls.
I don't know, guys. I think he has a right to talk about it when people are swearing at him. It's got nothing to do with money. It's about respect.
People swear at us all the time.
But here's the
thing.
I don't
care. It's just
but
whatever.
I give him yes. If you're swearing or talking about family members, I'm not for that. But you're booing. Okay? That's what we're talking about. They're booing. Yeah, now if they're calling you all out your name. They shouldn't do that. No one should do that. They're talking about your family members. Nobody should do that. But they're booing you because of your performance. They're paying customers. They don't like it. That's something you got to live with, okay? You cash that check every other Friday. You got to live with the consequences.
Let's go to the people. Go to Bill, 97.1. Billy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, I heard what you had to say, and I actually agree with you, which is great, right? If medals can't hit, ship them down. Get a 2-for-1 plane ticket for Javy. It worked with Scherzer. They sent him down. He learned how to pitch, and the guy's been a Cy Young Award winner. I don't care what they're paying him. You don't disrespect the fans. I would have called him in my office, said, you go out there and pick up the trash, because that's what you're playing like, right? With your 1 home run in 15 games, you're on par for 10 or 11 this year. Do better. Humble yourself. This guy does not know what he's doing, and it's unfortunate because the fans do deserve better. And you can't be sending 5 hitters out of 9 in the lineup. We just don't need these guys anymore. If you can't hit, go elsewhere.
No, and again, it's part of the flaw in from an offensive standpoint, the Scott Harris plan. I mean, you just have a collection of players that aren't good enough. And sure, against horrible teams early in the year, I mean, yeah, it must be nice. You're facing the Twins without 2 of their best players. God bless. But if Durant is healthy, you never make that rally yesterday. He comes in a high leverage situation and he sits these bums down. But this is what you have to do. Beat the teams that are in front of you when you play them. I'm making a point. Over the long haul against good teams, you're not good enough. Now, as far as I hate the Scherzer comp because you're leaving out context. Remember, Arizona had him as a reliever. You were trying to make him a starter, and Max was younger. It was a different thing when he came here and struggled and you retooled and you unlocked this monster that he became. Javy is not learning anything new. I don't even know what his option status is. And again, he's making huge dollars. So it's fun to say it. The only option would be a DFA. Or you pick up a lot of his salary and you trade him out of here. And then it's like the scene. Hey, apparently we like operating like it's Moneyball. It's Brad Pitt talking to fake David Justice. The Yankees are paying me $4.5 million for you to face them. That's it.
Yeah. And it's not like, you know what? You could actually go that route because you have the money to burn. It is possible.
Help me, I'm poor. Yeah. $60 million under league average. We're looking at Javy Baez every day. I know.
So, yeah, if you're going to pay him anyway, yeah, see if somebody will take him for pennies on the dollar.
Bring in the Wenzel Perez era. I'm kidding. I don't have an option. He's got to play better or the conversation intensifies by June. It wouldn't happen this early. But if this guy's hitting anywhere near 140 and has no power and is just you're benching him every 4 days and you're batting him guys, by June, if you continue to lustily boo him, if he keeps doing little cat calls when anything positive happens, the situation will arise where a DFA could be reality. 248-539-9797. Get green, stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Limited time only. You purchase that full lawn program, you receive free grub control, and all you got to do, you can say the station, my name, anything you like. You could say you hate Michigan State. They'll give you a great price. Whatever you like to get your lawn right. And look at it out now. Get that application in. Get that first treatment done so you enjoy your lawn for when it's like this every day. Discover Natural Way's difference with fewer chemicals and environmentally sound processes and pro applications. These aren't part-timers. Natural Way, 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Just go to naturalwaylawn.com for all your lawn care needs. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. It's Natural Way.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Practically no margin for error tonight as the Red Wings host Montreal, needing a point to stay alive in the playoff race. Alex Lyon back in net. Derek Lalonde. Wings and Habs face off tonight on WWJ News Radio 950. Coverage starting at 6:45. Here on the ticket tonight, Tigers open up a 4-game home set with the defending World Series champion Rangers. Here it starting at 6:15. Reese Olson on the bump. Former Tiger Michael Lorenzen throwing for Texas. And from Boston, we have a winner, Cisse Lemma, with a time of 2 hours, 6 minutes, 17 seconds. That's the 10th fastest time in the 128-year history of the Boston Marathon. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Benny Howell. Beanie, rather. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
David said, Mike, shut up, I have news. Okay, David.
We have Pistons news, guys. After a disappointing 14-68 season, the Detroit Pistons have decided to hire a new head of basketball operations and will begin their search this week. I think this means he's not getting fired, guys.
He's making the pick, isn't he?
I think so.
He's putting his fingerprints into the foundation. Troy Weaver will be back.
I'm like you, Mike. I was excited. I saw news come across. I'm like, here we go. No, not the news we wanted.
Yeah. We're going to get to the phone calls. And
I saw that news, but I was hoping it wasn't like tied together. Like, okay, we're doing that. And then this person is going to come in and basically say, Mr. Weaver, could you step into my office, please? You're fired. Don't sit down, because you don't need to sit down. You're fired. And you know why. Seriously, you do.
That's like hiring someone to check a chef's work. You got the wrong chef. Hold on. Let me inspect that salmon.
Is a great analogy.
It's ridiculous. Rico, it's crazy.
Did you put American cheese on that burger? That's not what we do here.
And again, if you want the full presentation, we started the show. I'm not going back down that road. You can call in about it. I just opened the show. It's 2:00 and Troy Weaver's still employed. How? Why? Give me one reason. And then we talked about how they were, the Athletic, thinking about hiring a new president of basketball ops who would have final say in basketball moves. Well, then why would Troy Weaver be here? You're not allowed to make decisions anymore. Just fire the man.
You know what I find interesting?
Evan Jenkins.
Who's going to hire this person?
Right. Maybe Arn Tellem gets to make the move.
But it's the same person that's hired the other people that got you into this position.
Right. And it's not like Troy gets to have a working relationship with the person they hire. Otherwise, why are they here? They'll just agree with their friend. And if you're Monty Williams, Monty, seriously, straight from the movie E.T., phone home. Go home. Monty, go to Phoenix. You got $1 million to win. E.T. phone home.
I see Monty is just kind of sitting around with his boys playing poker saying, I still can't believe they're paying me all this money. Like every day I show up and my key card works and they allow me to coach this team. It's not like almost like they're not paying attention. Like we stink.
So if this guy's the boss, will he have the ability, if he comes in and he's like, he's not the guy to make that move?
That's why I'm saying to you, it makes no sense. If Troy Weaver comes to a conclusion on who they want to make the draft pick, is this new president of basketball ops going to be like, I hear what you're saying and respect what you're saying, but draft Reed Shepherd.
Yeah. Troy,
how does it work?
Yeah, have you ever watched basketball before? No. Okay, let's look at your track record to my track record. By the way, let's call up Killian Hayes.
You know what? I'll tell you what. I'd like to put my name in
Big Box Store. This is Killian Hayes. How can I help you?
David, I'd officially like to put my name in the running for the new president of basketball operations for the Pistons. I will be the last line of defense for the people.
So you're going to be the one to bring synergy.
You
That's
know
right.
what?
That's what they want.
That's my middle name is Synergy.
In a true roof for radio, I need this to happen like oxygen. Could you
Anything Troy
imagine?
brings to the table. Go back to your office.
They give each of them 50%. Like, you guys got to come up with something in order to move forward.
He gets that job, it's going to be nothing but empty offices. They're all going to be fired.
Hey, you.
Ari Gold paintball gun. Barb!
What do you do here? What do you do here?
Well, no, I've actually wanted to bring the Bobs into this building to ask people, what would you say you do
Like,
here?
I was the first round pick last year, Mike. You don't remember seeing me out on the court yet? Didn't hit enough threes. Like, I'm Jaden Ivey. Remember, my grandfather played for the Lions. You don't remember? No.
Let's turn on those Purdue highlights because all your highlights here blow. And I wanted him here. This hasn't worked.
Yeah.
You got to move him.
You got to move everybody.
So hold on, David. Are there any names associated with this job?
Nothing from Shams.
And I
So
swear
they're
to
just
God,
opening
if
up the
this is
search.
another nepotism hire, my head will explode.
Yeah, nothing from Shams. He just says they're opening up the search this week.
I'm just waiting to find like Arn Tellum's long lost brother Charlie, and it's like Charlie Tellum, our new president of basketball ops.
You mean you don't want to see Billy Gores?
Right, Pete Gores.
Oh, I know who it's going to be. Dwayne Casey.
On David, they border on parody as an organization. All right. Here's what I want to do.
Tommy Weaver. We just brought in Troy's brother.
Sweet mother of God. I'll get to the callers in a moment. We got to mix in some football as well. What do you got? Prop bets?
No.
Is that next week?
That's next week.
All right, we'll get some football, and I'll get to these callers as well. Because the Baez thing, it's there, and I want to hear from people on it. Because he's not wrong. Ain't nobody trying to hear it. And have you heard of a more ridiculous sports move than the Pistons now giving Troy Weaver another boss? Great.
I mean, it could happen. I mean, David, nepotism. It worked for Moses.
David. Wow. David, you ever have a babysitter for your kids so you and the wife can go out?
Sure.
Okay, the equivalent of what the Pistons are doing is they're hiring a supervisor to babysit the babysitter. No, we're not going to let the kids in the liquor cabinet. Close that, please, Denise.
Not even a little bit? No?
Nope, none of the naughty water.
Okay.
All right, NBA play-in tournament. Great. Pistons are only 22 games off of that pace. No sweat, same game parlay from FanDuel. Doesn't matter if you're new or you already have an account. You'll get bonus bets back if your same game parlay doesn't win on any Tuesday night matchup. So look, same game parlays, perfect way to get involved. Postseason will be starting. Anything you want, FanDuel's got it. More betting markets than anyone. It's FanDuel.com/ticket and bet the NBA with a no sweat same game parlay. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. Not yelling at Rico. I was animated. I'm Italian. I talk with my hands. I was making a point to Rico.
Man, if people looked in the glass here, they would always think you would just be berating me. But I'm sitting there like, yes, you talk with your hands, but somebody who doesn't know is just like, why is he always yelling?
David's like, what did he just call Rico an MF?
I knew what was happening.
I was making a point. All right, now we'll get to calls. Momentary pause for football. Yes?
Yes.
Let's do it. David.
Mike, I got some football questions for you, some draft questions. No mock drafts, but
Thank God.
how about we play a little game?
More football questions. Yeah, let's do it.
And staying put is not an option.
Okay.
Better to trade up or trade down. I got a list of teams. Some teams you could probably guess. There's some other teams on here. I want to put some thought into it.
All right, and I will do my level best not just to blurt out trade down every time.
Okay.
Because that generally is what I want, but I hear you. So let me hear it.
The Washington Commanders.
He said, what was it, Marion Barry? Bitch set me up. This guy, I can't say stay put and just take Jaden Daniels.
No, that's right. Or do you move, or do you go and get that guy? Because
All right,
Washington, here's the thing about Washington. Washington has 3 picks in the top 50. They have 6 picks in the top 100.
And staying put, not an option, then fine. I'd at least pick up the phone, call the Bears, and go, what would it take?
Okay.
I would make an attempt to move up. Now, again, that is suggestive that your scouts have a grade on Caleb that seemingly everyone has. I'll play your game. Trade up.
And trading down is an option.
No, it is not when you haven't had a quarterback since Doug Williams.
Okay, well, this team has had a quarterback since Doug Williams, the New England Patriots.
Trade up. That's a trade up based on they have to take third best guy available. I don't think anyone's got a grade on Drake May putting him at number 2. Now, if you move down, you could be in the wilderness. If you're the Patriots, the dynasty is long gone. This team is hapless. You need. Do you know what their win total is for next year? 4.5. 4.5. Move up.
The Los Angeles Chargers.
Move down. Cap is a nightmare. Jim has to set up his system. He needs bodies. He needs replacements. They've had to lose some people. Move down. And I understand sitting at 5 and taking maybe Malik Neighbors. That's a great answer for Keenan Allen and Mike Williams going out the door. The problem, they need a lot more help than that. Okay. So I would say move down.
David, anything to say?
No, I would definitely agree. They need not only bodies, they need cheap bodies. That's what they need.
Team control.
They're going to have to cut guys again in the offseason. So, yeah, they need cheap bodies.
The New York Football Giants.
Move down. I mean, it's a move down because the Giants just are so woefully under-talented. The move up, I would understand. The problem is what it would take for him to do it at 6. I probably move down.
You're probably looking at this year and next year's number 1 picks.
Yeah, and it's a real hard thing to sell when you look at that roster. I would say move down, especially if their plan is to move back up and get Penix or Bo Nix. Move down, get additional capital that makes that move up less painful in the late first, early second. I'll say move down.
Let's stay in New York. The New York Football Jets.
Move up. You're already in bed with Beelzebub. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is running the damn franchise. He wants Marvin Harrison, get him Marvin Harrison. He wants Neighbors, get him Neighbors. Now, I believe, truthfully, sitting there is just fine. They could take Brock Bowers and move forward. But whatever Aaron wants, they'll do.
The Chicago Bears, not number 1,
9.
but the number 9. What do you do with that?
I think they have enough capital if they wanted to go from 9 to move up to 6 or 5 to get. Let's say you had a fantasy as Ryan Poles to get Caleb Williams and put Marvin Harrison Jr. with him. You can do that. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not going to pull up their draft chart for the next 3 years. They have,
I was about to say, it's going to cost you something extra because they only have 4 picks in this draft.
Right, but they have a ton of capital moving forward. I think you could justify, if you believe Caleb's our guy, Keenan Allen's a 1-year fix, DJ Moore's the perpetual number 2. This particular player X is this perfect fit with Caleb, then go get him. Look, Houston showed you. If you believe this is the perfect player, you go and get Will Anderson and you figure it out. Next thing you know, you're in the playoffs. I'd say move up. Be aggressive with it.
Okay. David?
They have 2 second rounds already next year. We'll probably have 2 fourth rounds because of playing time for Justin Fields. So they got capital.
They got a ton of
the
it.
next couple years. So I would definitely trade back, though.
Now, I'm going to give you some teams that you probably haven't heard about moving around, but the Dallas Cowboys.
Is it a cop-out to say move down?
No.
They did nothing in the offseason. The roster has holes. I think you got to move down. You've got to give yourself the ability to waste a higher level pick on a running back since that situation's in chaos. I would move down. They clearly are cap compromised. If anyone wants to dance and give you an extra 2 or 3, I think they got to do it.
That's what I was going to say. They have so many decisions to make cap-wise. They're like what the Chargers are right now.
Yeah.
They need to go ahead and get bodies now because they're going to have to make decisions.
Okay. So not one particular player, but you want volume.
I just think it's the ability to plug holes. They didn't do it in free agency.
All right. The next 2, the Buffalo Bills.
Down. Got to move down. Rico, I mean, in upwards of 6 defensive starters out the door? Steph Diggs out the door, Gabe Davis out the door. You just have, it's a bit of a retooling. And in order to do that, and in order to help absorb Josh Allen's extension, you need, as David put it, cheap, controllable players. You gotta find a way to move down.
And all that makes sense, but somehow I see Buffalo saying,
moving up.
We got to get a receiver. We got to replace our guy.
But they're not one player away, right?
David, nothing these teams do makes sense, but the fact that everybody, yes, we need a lot of help on defense. Great. We're going to draft a wide receiver. The Green Bay Packers. Green Bay has a lot of picks in this draft.
I'd move up. I think the Packers have reached a place that the Lions have reached, that they feel that they are a player away. And look, I don't know positionally what that is for them. But if it's an O-lineman that they envision as the next great Packer O-lineman, or if it's a defensive player that finally gets their defense in order, Rico, I think the Lions and Packers have earned the right to move up, almost like Atlanta when they went up and got Julio, and it helped get them to a Super Bowl. You think you're a player away, you have the right to move up.
What's funny you say that because Detroit was on my list. They were last, but you just brought them up.
I would empower Brad Holmes to move up if he chooses. Why? He's got the track record. And when he identifies a guy he wants, he's not afraid to go and get him. No problem with the Lions moving up if that's what they want to do.
It's strange for me to say, but they may be one player away. And if they see that one player that can
Detroit
help.
or Green Bay?
Detroit.
Oh, okay.
Green Bay, I just looked, 12 picks.
Right. Green Bay has a lot of draft capital.
And what you often see is teams will move a couple of these picks for assets next year because it keeps the surplus going. But and again, I don't know who the player would be. For the Lions, let's say Brad has his eyes on one corner in particular. Well, all of a sudden, it makes a hell of a lot of sense to go up and get him the way the Chiefs went up and got McDuffie to pair with Snead. I'd be fine with both of them.
Okay. Finally, the Indianapolis Colts. You got the quarterback of the future.
You do.
Really believe that this team could do some damage in the AFC.
Move up. It is. It would have to be a piece that takes the offense and invests in Anthony Richardson. I'll say move up, but it's tepid. You're not letting me say stand pat, so I'll say
got to make this interesting.
51% move up, 49% no.
Yeah, I'll go with the trade down because they only have 7 picks. And I get it. They're a good team, really good in that division, but they probably need more on that roster.
You know, what I said is, David, they're short on difference makers.
Exactly.
So when you're moving up, it's to get a difference maker.
Fair.
Now, I'm going to end it with this. Do you know which team probably has the best draft capital? Not the most, but the best draft capital in this draft. And that's without a trade right now.
Minnesota with 11 and 23.
David?
I was going to say the Bears.
But they're not. Number one's off the table.
Oh, well, then, yeah. The
Bears have 4 picks.
The Vikings, then, yeah.
No. The Arizona Cardinals. 6 picks in the top 90. And that's without a trade happening at 4.
Yeah.
So they get 6 picks in the top 90. They're sitting the best going into the draft. So,
wow. Jesus.
A little NFL blitz.
I like that you put the rules in there.
Yeah.
Because it makes you frame it. I like that. Painful, but that was good.
All right.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Despite a franchise worst 14-68 season, the Pistons aren't removing anyone from their front office. They're adding to it. The Athletic's Sham Charania reports Detroit is creating a new president of basketball operations role. The search begins this week. That means GM Troy Weaver will be back for a fifth season, despite a 74-244 record with a .233 winning percentage, a run of futility worse than Matt Millen's with the Lions. By the way, since the Pistons last made the conference finals in 2008, the franchise has one winning season, 3 playoff appearances, and an 0-12 postseason record. Red Wings bring the Canadians into LCA tonight, needing at least a point to keep their playoff hopes alive. Hear it on WWJ News Radio 950. Coverage starts at 6:45. And Tigers and Rangers open up a 4-game set at Copa tonight, which you can hear here on 97.1 with coverage at 6:15. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That feels awful harsh, but all right, I'll take it. All right, let's get right to the phones. People want to react to Javy Baez. You missed anything? Odyssey.com rewind. It is 4 o'clock on a beautiful Monday afternoon, and Troy Weaver's still employed. Javy Baez, a little bit of a Hulk Hogan with the fans, the rare booed after hitting a home run. And look, his comments aren't wrong. It's just, we don't care. Like, you as a fan don't care. Tell your wife, she might care. Tell your agent, might care. Tell a friend. Don't tell us, we don't care. You're terrible. We boo you because you're awful. And then when you egg it on and do a little catcall routine, what do you think's going to happen? It's like when he did the thumbs down in New York. You can't.
It's not going to end well.
So look, either his play gets better and this solves itself, or it becomes a real toxic part of this whole deal. And I'm not telling fans not to boo him. They have every right to do what they want to do. Guy's batting 140, 15 games into the year. He hit his first home run. Congrats. You might get to 10. What are you, Pee Wee Reese?
Right.
Let's go to Evan, 97.1. What's up, Evan? How you doing?
Good, guys. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
Listen, I was going to hit Baez with a chair, but the Pistons turned around and hit me with one with Weaver news.
Okay, well, we'll address both. Go ahead.
So first off, with Baez, I was a defender of his when he first got here. I mean, it wasn't my first choice when they signed him, but I was like, all right, you got a guy that's been an all-star. He's won a World Series, made some big plays. He's got a little bit of a flair to the game. All right, cool. It's indefensible with how badly he's played in 3 years. I mean, but the thing that worries me more is look at the left side of the infield as a whole. You've got dead bodies playing third base. I mean, heck, Weaver's probably a better third baseman than what McKinstry put out there on Saturday. And then you got an automatic out in Baez in the lineup. The division is wide open, and yet the organization won't make the moves that are necessary to win.
That's the problem. So here's the thing, and this is where I'm always going to get into a fight with people, because the people who just look at the record, they're going to be like, well, why are you upset? Let's say they're 500 or slightly above, because the division is going to prop you up. The division is so bad. It's so embarrassing. It's going to be hard not to be good in this division. And I'm with you. Look, Parker Meadows is a huge problem most fans aren't paying attention to. But when you combine Meadows with Javy, with a McKinstry, you start to go, all right, how are we going to be a playoff team when we're playing
games with one arm tied behind your back?
Exactly. I agree too.
I mean, they're 9-6. I mean, Baez has come up a couple times this year with the bases loaded and Cade. McKinstry threw away that game on Saturday. They could easily have 11 or 12 wins already and be in a lot better spot.
Yep. No, I agree totally. And my fear, Evan, is just I don't know where the help comes from. I don't know how it changes, because Scott Harris has convinced himself that he's Brad Pitt. that he can basically just run out. And I know what this is. It's his last year in San Francisco. They had a bunch of tryhards who had a magical year and won 103 games. Didn't win anything, but they won a bunch of games. And, I'll just do it again. That's not really how it works. So I'm with you. I wish they would have brought in some bats and now they have a distinct problem in center field. And it's not just lack of performance. It is a striking out at an alarming rate. So you get a problem in center, a problem in short, and I'm telling you long term, I think you got a problem at third.
Not to mention catcher, too.
Listen, Evan, I'm with you, man, but I'm fighting a losing battle because the Scott bots will tell you, it's all going to come together in 2027.
All the young guys get up here. Yeah.
Look, Evan, I think they have a chance to compete for this division, but that includes making a move in the season to help these young players with a bat.
It almost is like they're sacrificing what they could do this year for 3-4 years from now. Rather than just try to win now.
That's all we do in this town.
Right. Because it's there for the taking and worry about 4 years from now.
Evan, what was your Pistons deal? I want to make sure you get to hit both of them.
They keep getting worse under Weaver, but yet he somehow continues to have a job. I mean, it's literally the boys club over there.
Yep.
And it's an embarrassment. They're never going to win. They're at least another 5 or 6 years out with some luck. And I don't get how people want to continue to throw their money down the drain to go watch this team when all it is just an embarrassment. They've got guys out there that you don't even know where they played college ball, if they played college ball, because they're so bad. And they're just taking pieces because nobody else wants them.
The only two players, if I were a playoff team, that I would be interested in calling you about are Cade and Duran. And and again, I don't know what I would really offer you. I'm a playoff team. Okay, yeah, I'll give you a couple of firsts because they're nothing. Mm-hmm. I don't know the way out here. This roster is so ill-conceived, and now
they're gonna.
Go ahead.
And they're going to go ahead and win. They're going to go ahead and win the lottery, and they're going to get some other bum to add to the rotation. Now,
the problem is this is the worst NBA draft by all accounts in damn near a quarter of a century. And look, let's say you get the number one pick. You're taking a 19-year-old European, and please just miss me with any of the Wembanyama comps, like Alexander Sarr. I mean, that's probably a 3-year project until he's ready to play 35 minutes a night and be an upper echelon player. That's if he works out. Mm-hmm. It's truly stunning. It's stunning that Troy Weaver's here, and now they're going to hire him a new boss. But we did the research. There are 2 Tellums not yet employed by the Pistons. There's Cornelius Tellum and Barney Tellum. So there are options. Now, I know Arn already has one of his kids here. We have other Tellums. We can go to the Tellum tree.
You're allowing Troy to make a pick.
Rico, go ahead. It's like Home Alone Lost in New York. Here's a turtle dove. Go to the Tellum tree and pick a new Tellum to come down and work for the team.
You're allowing this man to make a pick in a year where you really need to know what you're doing in order to find that diamond in the rough because it's buried in there. As you like to say, it's in the DVD bin.
Right.
At the bottom. Can you find it? I don't trust this man with anything.
And now the team doesn't either because they're putting bumper bowl lanes up. Hey, Troy, you like your decision? You feel good about it?
Wait,
I don't.
So his draft day phone's going to be disconnected?
They're giving him the Brady Hoke headset. Right. Troy's headset will feature Kids Bop while the team president makes the pick.
I'm trying to call OKC, but they're not answering. Don't tell them it's unplugged.
Or just put one of your ticket salespeople, who I'm sure they have nothing to do. Just put them on the phone and have them pretend to be Sam Presti.
What do you eat? You know what? Let's make that deal, Troy.
Yeah, send it right over. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. What's up, Nick?
Hey, Mike, it's me, Nick again. So, Javy, man, this new statement by Baez really takes the cake. Because, man, I already hate him. In fact, it's gotten so toxic and unhealthy for me as a fan to watch that I'm almost at a point, if not already at a point, where I enjoy watching him fail. And I don't want to be like that. He's a player on my team. I want to root for him. I want him to do well at the plate because his offense still looks bad from a hitting standpoint. I mean, they get on base a lot, but that doesn't mean very much when your team batting average ranks 29th. Someone's got to hit the ball. Can't all be walks. And that's got to change soon because the cardiac cat trend of late game offensive surges cannot continue.
No,
but
no. Because you're not going to face bullpens like this. You're facing some of the worst teams in the league. And I mean, look at Minnesota. Minnesota's best players are all hurt, including their ace.
Who did they put up there? Griffin Jacks, whatever the hell his name was.
Well, instead of Johan Duran, it's Griffin Jacks, who will be working at a Jack's Car Wash soon enough. I'm with you. I mean, so Nick, here's my question. Do you think, I want to know, because I know Rico thinks I'm nuts on this, and I might be. If he doesn't improve and you, the fan, continue to hammer this guy, is there a non-zero chance of a DFA in June?
I would need to see Christopher act like a real owner. Otherwise, if it's a non-zero, like we're talking like less than 1% chance. But maybe non-zero, I guess. I don't know.
And Nick, Mike,
Christopher just doesn't act like a real owner. He's not going to eat that contract. He doesn't care.
And that's just it.
I haven't seen
Guys, I said it for the longest. He had till the end of April. And then if it wasn't there.
That's not how it works.
Okay, but how long is the runway? Like,
June.
You did nothing.
No, I'll tell you.
You did nothing in spring training. You did nothing.
June is a couple hundred at bats, and it's time, and it'll be an amount of time that this team will be able to give you an idea of what they are. So I'm saying I think they'll have an okay record. Why? This is the Oscar the Grouch division. But if the team's doing all right, and this is toxic and reaching, I'm benching him every 3 days. I'm batting him ninth.
Right.
He's getting booed when he ties his shoes.
I understand, as you're saying, you got to wait until June. My thing is just be bold and realize you don't want him here. Just make the move. 2 months early.
I know.
Just Merry Christmas, everybody.
248-539-9797. Happy Harvmas. Here's Rico.
Happy Chinooka. You want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. So what do you got to do? You got to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people who work in the industries like yours truly with the hands-on approach and expert faculty. You're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. And the beauty of Specs at LTU, you do not have to wait until the fall for your first class. As a matter of fact, if you're curious and you go to that website, ltu.edu/specs, you're going to find out that classes are offered year-round. Get your name in the next class. So, once again, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, being number one, it's not easy. It takes experience, dedication, and a product people actually want. That's what Serta has. They got the experience with over 111 years making the world's best mattress right here in Michigan. You could buy one out of the box without ever testing it. You know what you're getting. Trust the millions who sleep on Serta mattresses. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, David, a few of the ticket texts. We'll get to the callers. And I think I can solve all of baseball's injury problems with two stats. You guys get to tell me. Now, this is going to be I totally agree or I totally disagree. There is no lukewarm. Okay. I'm going to play the game. You played with the draft thing.
Gotcha.
And we're going to do it here. But I want to hear David's ticket text first, and then we'll get some calls.
Yeah, we got a mixture. We got some on Javy, and we have some.
No, it's
on the
Harvey.
Pistons.
He's lost the right to be called Harvey.
Okay.
He's Harvey.
All right. I've wanted Harvey gone since the moment he signed here. DFA, trade for a bag of peanuts. I don't care. Get his regularly scheduled strikeouts off of this roster. Another one on Harvey. No way Baez gets let go. Ownership isn't going to give all that money to someone to not play.
Okay, but the point I'm making is if this team is actually in a position to do something, right? Guys, you eventually have to get to a point where you make big boy decisions. And I mean, look, it can't be this bad. When you look at Javy Baez's numbers right now, I mean, these are the worst numbers in the history of baseball. To a point like, for instance, something like OPS plus. OPS plus is on a scale where the baseline is 100. 100 means you're a league average ball player. Every number above 100 is the percentage you are better than league average. Every number below is the percentage you are worse than league average. So if a player is a 91 OPS plus, he's 9% worse than a league average player.
Okay.
Do you know Javy Baez's OPS plus?
I'm almost afraid to ask.
Well, do you have a guess, or you don't need to ask? Do you want to guess?
78.
Okay. David.
I believe it was in the 20s.
He's going 20s. You're at 78. Yeah. Kenny, OPS plus for Javy.
17.
Try 3.
Oh, please, no.
3. He's 97% worse than a league average player. So you just get to a point that if you are, hey, we're good, we can win this division. You cannot have guys with OPS plus that have exactly one more nut than you have. Like you cannot have this.
Which is why I say, why wait? As you either have somebody and say, we'll pay most of the salary, you take him, we'll leave him on the curb, you pick him up on a Friday, and don't worry about it.
You know the other thing I can't stand too? Like Scott Harris goes out the other day and he was down at DEC and he's like, oh, I mean, Gio Urshela is off to good. Between Gio Urshela and Javy Baez, 25 strikeouts, no walks. I thought we were working the strike zone, attacking the strike. Like, you look at the underlying numbers. The record is what it is. You're playing god-awful teams. I'm saying long-term, the data is not representative of a team that's going to be able to do anything. Now, again, Javy can't be this bad. I don't know that a player has ever been given 600 at-bats, 550 at-bats, and has finished the season with a OPS plus below 10. I'm being serious. 3?
Single digits.
I thought 20 was bad.
Wait,
I really
David,
did.
it is. You're 80% worse than a league average player.
3. And single digits. Not even high single digits. Like, that can be your badge. I'm 9. Almost 10.
I just had to offer that. Let's go to Dre, 97.1. Dre, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, y'all? Y'all enjoying this beautiful weather?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, staring at it through a window. But yes, yeah. I hope you are. Happy Troy Weaver Day.
Hey, man, look, I would like to hit on both topics. You know, You know, I love both basketball and baseball, and I think from a basketball perspective, I'm kind of got to your point, where you're at, Mike. I'm really lost as to what really is the best course of action for this franchise. I know damn well wouldn't have Weaver stay here. I think the biggest problem, you know, with where they are is there's been too many cooks in the kitchen, where that I think that even to Troy's unfair detriment, not to give him a break, but we really don't know who makes what decisions and who made what decisions along the way to get here. You know what I'm saying? And it'll be interesting. We'll never know in which you got some insight on who made what decision, who made the decision to, in the draft room, what was the decision like to get Killian as opposed to Halliburton?
How about who made the decision to acquire like 11 Tellem clients?
Well, I think the key person you just named is right there. You know, but like I said, it's been a total mess. You have this mess, and as opposed to just cleaning it up and starting fresh, you just want to add onto it. And I just don't quite get it, and it's really, really deflating. But, you know, look, to the Tigers thing, because honestly, the Pistons are ugly, they're dead, and I actually haven't watched the game over a month. And that's saying something for me. I love basketball. Let's focus on baseball. The bias thing is it's fans for the most part can deal with a lot. They can deal with a player struggling, but a guy like Baez really, really, and I talked to you and Stoning last week about this, really, really like just infuriates you because he already plays very, very cocky, very loose, and it's like not only if you're going to be like that, guys like him, Machado, Tatis Jr., you're going to have a flair to your game. You better be damn good. But when you are not just good, when you're not just bad, you're historically bad, you're going to really turn people off. And it's not necessarily personal, but it's the only way that fans can express themselves because we can't write the check for the team to do anything. And I'm more with Rico here. I don't think they're going to make a move. I wish they would, no matter what month it is. But because even though you pointed out that stat, I can't remember what it was called, about how bad he is right now.
Oh, OPS plus?
Yes. Yeah. Nothing's changed the last 2 years. He was bad 2022 and 2023. So the sample size as to, you know, I don't know what happened, man. You know, like he was always a high strikeout guy. The year before he got here, he had a pretty good second half with the Mets. He was still Javy. He still has foibles. But teams figured out something with him and his swing.
Here's what they figured out.
Every time.
Don't throw him a strike. That's all they figured out. Don't throw him a strike.
But it's been 7-8 years in his career. I've never seen a guy fall off so quickly. Maybe besides Chris Davis. A guy fall off so fast.
Chris Davis.
It's amazing. It really is.
Look at Chris Davis. Look at Josh Hamilton. You've seen it. And again, Dre, I'm not breaking your chops. I'm just saying, when it happens, it happens. It's like a running back in football. Decline. Yeah, and it's over. And I look for the best interests of this team and for the best interests of our customer base, you the fan. No, I want Javy to turn this around. This isn't fun. I mean, we joke around here and there. Watching him is awful.
Yeah, and it's not going to. And I think that anybody who's watched this team closely the last couple of years, you see the writing on the wall. No, it's over for him. And with the hard part, and this is where I get really ticked off about Scott Harris' lack of, because people get so, the Scott bots, as you would call them, get so hung up on, well, you guys say Chapman, you guys say JD. They get too caught on the particular people. When you're just, the point is that it's not the players that people were throwing out there for the Tigers to go get. It's the idea that you need veteran guys who understand and bring a certain approach to the game to take pressure off, whether that was free agency or trade, right?
Yep.
And once again, you have your kids, and they're not kids, but in terms of age and longevity in the game, and Torque and Green that are trying to figure out, especially Torque. And how great would it be? A guy is, Mike, I know you're really plugged in. JD Martinez is one of the most anal and detail-oriented players in the game in terms of his hitting approach. The guy looks at a freaking tablet after every at-bat. How much of a benefit would it be for having that kind of example?
Yeah.
For your young guys to look and say, "Wow, that's what it takes."
Well,
to,
and
to
especially
be successful.
especially now that you may have to move Riley back to center because Parker Meadows can't stay here because he's atrocious, and the DH spot. They have this thing. They value the flexibility of it. I value a guy that over a 5-year aggregate is going to give you an 855 OPS. I value the aggregate of a guy that I'm going to get 4 quality ABs a night. And then again, if he didn't want to come here, it's fine, but they didn't even call. So, yes, Dre, I agree
they want
with
to
you.
go pure money ball.
Yeah,
They
and when
want
you
to go
see the
pure
deal
money
that he
ball.
got, it's Dre, when you saw the deal that he got, you're like, wait, why didn't we do
Right, and I
this?
know he said, I'm addicted to the playoffs. My sales pitch would be, have you seen the AL Central? And second of all, I'm willing to pay you almost double what the Mets paid. I'll give you 1 at 20.
Right, because
we got money to burn.
You put that bat in here, and now you're sitting there saying, you know what, you can get back to the playoffs in an Old English D.
You know I agree with you. You know I do. And it doesn't mean he's this perfect player. It was the idea of him. And here's the other thing. Maybe Torkelson's not struggling as bad as he is if we have a veteran presence in there. And I know. Look, I know what we're going to do all year. Well, right now, you're not a big Mark Canha fan. No, I'm not. Because this Mark Canha is not – you're not going to be led by Mark Canha. Mark Canha on a playoff team's a 4th outfielder. If you think Mark Canha being your best offensive player is going to lead you to a World Series, then I tip my cap. God bless. We live in different universes.
You probably believe the Pistons have the 15th best attendance.
And I'm happy to have Mark Canha. If he's my 6th, 7th best bat, that's different. I'm not yelling at you, talking with my hands. Let me just go ahead and tell you about Victor's Home Solutions. We come out of a winter and spring. I mean, it's freezing one day, 80 the next. It is hell on your roof. The best advice I can give you, you call Victor's Home Solutions today. Schedule an appointment for a spring roof inspection. And I say today because the calendar fills up quick. Schedule the appointment before the rush. Get the peace of mind of knowing your roof is ready to handle the rains and temperature swings. They'll have a 21-point video roof inspection, and they give you the best in class. I mean, you'll find cheaper. You won't find better. Get the 21-point video roof inspection, and they are so confident in their work, they will offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Call today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or book that appointment online at victors.com.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Red Wings lay it all on the line tonight in the penultimate game of their regular season, needing at least a point against the Canadiens to stay in the playoff chase. Hear it on WWJ News Radio 950 with coverage at 6:45. Tigers and Rangers from Comerica Park tonight, the first of a 4-game set. Reese Olson on the mound for Detroit. For Texas, it's former Tiger Michael Lorenzen. Hear that here on 97.1, our coverage at 6:15. And Michigan State football practically abandoned recruiting Ohio under Mel Tucker, who signed just 2 players from the Buckeye State over his last 3 classes. Jonathan Smith brought tight ends coach Brian Wozniak, an Ohio native, with him from Oregon State, to address that. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so I wanted to mix this in, just as a fun note, couple minutes here, and we'll get some football. But often, like, the simplest explanation is the easiest, right? So you've heard all of these debates raging the last couple of weeks about why so many pitchers are getting hurt in baseball. And specifically, Tommy John, UCL, elbow, forearm injuries, right? Mm-hmm. So it's something I said, so like I know it's kind of a rotten thing to be like, oh, I'm bringing this up because it's something I agree with. But it just, I knew what the data would be. I didn't have it at my disposal. So I was watching, here, call me old. I was watching Sunday Night Baseball last night, Pods and Dodgers. And they had a discussion while the game was going on. And they flashed a graphic up. So what I'm going to ask you guys is 2 data points. And I want you to tell me whether you absolutely agree or absolutely disagree that this is the culprit. It's not the pitch clock or it's not anything other than this. So 2008, do you know what the rate of fastballs that were thrown were 95 or above, 95 miles an hour or above? The rate from a percentage standpoint. 2008.
No.
Okay, not black and white here, right? We're not doing 1940. No. Okay, it was 13% of fastballs thrown were 95 or faster. Okay? 2023, 35%. Okay? Now, here's where we get to, and this is the one. Breaking balls. Any off-speed stuff. Sliders, splitters, changeups, curveballs, wipeout sweepers, all of it. Percentage of the number of breaking balls thrown at 85 or faster. Remember, it used to be these off-speed offerings were in the low 80s. Okay? Because you weren't throwing 98 miles an hour, and you surely weren't throwing sliders in the 90s. 2008, over the course of the year, in totality, about 33,000 of these off-speed pitches were thrown 85 or faster. Do you know what it is last year? 77,000. So the whole premise of this, and it's why pitchers are blowing out at an unbelievable rate. You're throwing way too hard. You're throwing way too many of these off-speed pitches, and it's starting younger. And I know youth baseball people will agree with this. You have kids throwing sliders at like age 7. Your elbows are shot. Mm-hmm. Here's the reason this is happening. David and I didn't want to tell you this, Rico, but David and I have just signed a book deal. We're writing a book. It's called How Analytics Ruin Sports. Are You Happy Now, Nerds? This is what it is.
Can I give the foreword?
Yes.
Please.
Yes. We're not really writing a book, but everything leads back to this. Baseball decided it has to be about velocity, spin. Like, look at spin rate, this stat that everyone's obsessed with. Well, the more spin rate, the more effective the pitch. They were showing Matsui, the reliever for the Pods last night.
But the more strain you put on your arm.
Exactly. And they're talking, and it's just this idea of, you know what? Don't go 9 innings. Don't go 8 innings. Just go 5 innings, strike everybody out, throw a zillion miles an hour. We'll go get another pitcher out of the pen who's a failed starter, but he's going to throw a zillion miles an hour. We're going to throw the nastiest sliders as hard as we can. You're dead. and all these pitchers are blowing out. Like, it won't surprise me in the least if Jackson Jobe blows out. Like, you just can't do this to the human body.
No, it's funny because according to those stats, great stats, by the way. So, like, a guy like, for those who remember, Greg Maddux would never make it in today's modern baseball.
No
shot. Because he didn't throw over 85. And he would throw, he was multiple Cy Young winner. Tons of ground ball outs, and would throw 7 to 9 innings. Complete games in like an hour and 30 minutes.
And you're going to go, well, how do you change this? Look, the problem with the hitting approach right now, too, and what's made baseball tougher for people is we've de-emphasized putting it in play. I don't care if you strike out 200 times. Did you hit 50 bombs? Look at Pete Alonso. I don't care if you hit 240. What was your OPS? The bottom line is we've de-emphasized pitchers' longevity. It's no different than horse racing, where we bred the stability out of the horses in the name of speed, and then we wonder why they break down. Because it literally, we altered the DNA. We took stability out for fractions. What we're doing with pitchers is taking stability out in the name of explosiveness at the cost of you're going to blow out.
So they become expendable. Have they become the running back?
Yes. We're reaching a point where every pitcher will be a 5 and fly. It's very possible this year no pitcher throws 200 innings. Remember in the days of Verlander throwing 240? Forget about Nolan Ryan. They left him on the mound 24/7. He threw 4,000 innings.
Right, he would throw back-to-back no-hitters.
But that's my point. So I just thought it was a good stat from a game nobody watched, and it's a very simple, easy explanation. We don't need all these debates. It's not the pitch clock. You got everybody throwing 98 miles an hour.
And I love, because Justin Verlander spoke on this recently. I love what he said. He said, well, if a guy throws 99, but he gives up a home run after he threw 92, everyone's looking at him like, well, why didn't you throw your 99? You might have got him out.
Right.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Hey, hell, you got kids in high school now doing elective Tommy John surgery.
That's what I was going to say, because in order to get the velocity up there, one of the byproducts of Tommy John is 2 years later, when you get your control back,
you throw harder.
Yeah. So if you're a sophomore in high school, you know what? Have the surgery now, so your senior year, you'll be able to throw the ball, 98 miles an hour.
I would say I'd love to have your phone calls. I don't know that anyone's going to call on that, but I'll take them if we got them. We'll get a little football. We'll reset everything at the 5. 97-1. All right, football season's over. Swap it out for some pizza. It's time for baseball. It is the mix and match. It's very simple at Hungry Howie's. You mix and match any 2 items starting at $6.99, and dinner's on the table in 20 minutes. Choose from the Howie bread, the 2-topping flatbreads, the salads, oven-baked hot subs, whatever you name it. But the key, the signature, even a medium 1-topping pizza is just $6.99. It's all there for you. Mix and match, 2-topping flatbread or a pair of medium 1-topping pizzas, $6.99 each. Possibilities are endless. Get dinner on the table. You're busier than ever. Here's an easy solution. It's Hungry Howie's. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight. explain to me again how Troy Weaver was not fired over a bowl of oatmeal this morning. 14-68. And also, side note, I know no one heard the audio, but I heard Falar play it this morning. Monty Williams, enough with the tough talk. Enough with this Rocky Balboa speech. Oh, we dug in the trenches this year, and now we poured a concrete to see whose fingerprints are in it. Yeah. Man, this is a crime scene. The body's in the concrete. There's no fingerprints. Yeah. You have a coach who seemingly doesn't want to be here, who's here. You have a GM who has no business being employed, who's here. You have an owner who may or may not have drawn the blinds yet and woken up today. And now we're going to add a babysitter. That's the franchise's answer to 14-68, after 17-65, after 23-59, after 20-62.
Who would have thought that 23 wins would be the heyday in Detroit? We should hang a banner and say, hey, 23 wins. Yeah.
Name it.
I mean, because last year, I'm willing to say last year didn't count. Kay got hurt, and you actually wanted to be bad. You actually wanted to get Wembayama. I was okay with that. Don't try. I think we all were. But you tried this year. There was really no significant injuries. You went out there, and you almost set an NBA record.
This is the team you put together.
Yes. And then midway through the season, you realize, well, wait, I guess maybe Killian Hayes isn't that good. Let me see if I can trade him. And here's your trade line.
It was a hot market for Killian.
But yeah, when you see other teams, like I look at Houston because at the time they had James Harden and they had 17 wins and that franchise looked like it was just in utter despair. They figured it out. They moved on. They're starting to get better. Are they going to win a title? No, but there's hope. There's no hope here. Their hope is gut the team.
Right.
This team actually would be better off if they were an expansion team because at least you would have no hope for them. You would just start from zero.
The point is, as long as Goras owns the team and as long as Arn Tellem is involved and as long as now you're going to have a babysitter to rubber stamp decisions, as long as Troy is here and Monty's mind is in Phoenix, but he's here, you're dead. You're dead.
But they set the pillars. They built the foundation.
No, I mean, that audio was something. But I don't care. You could be a huge football fan, basketball, baseball, hockey, or all of the above. Name one franchise in a more hopeless spot. Because I can't. Won't even try. I think that truly in the history of Detroit sports, I've never felt this way about any team.
No, because
not even the Lions.
0-16, you at least knew you were going to get the number one pick next year.
And it was a quarterback.
And you could start over.
There's Troy
no one in
Weaver's
this
here.
draft.
We're only doing 2 segments on it. We'll take a few phone calls. We're going to get to Baez's audio. And I think my reaction may surprise you. We'll certainly talk a little football. We've got plenty of draft stuff here as we're a little over a week out. And I think I have just a very simple explanation for this. I love how people create a big question and a big debate about something that's very simple. We're going to call it baseball injuries. And I'm going to throw something out there. No pun intended. And
by the number?
By the number? No, it's just a simple, guys, you don't need to blame the rule. You don't need to blame
pitch clock,
pixie dust. No, I have for you what it is. We'll get into that, a little bit about the Masters, but we wanted to start with this just because truly it's the most underreported story in sports. And the fact that Troy Weaver is still gainfully employed when we take the air at 2 p.m, the day after the season ends, a.k.a. Black Monday like in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Guys, he's going to be sitting there at the lectern, isn't he? He's going to get to make another pick.
He is.
He's going to get to spend $60 million in cap space.
He is.
That's unthinkable.
He is. What about the big night in Hockey Town tonight? We're not going to talk about that.
I said this to Kenny. The program I'm on is this. Win tonight. I care about you tomorrow. Because when they blew that 4-1 lead against the Leafs, I wanted this team launched into space. And then they spite win the game, only to now have to win their last 2 and get help. Mm-hmm. See, my fear is It's not a fear. I can't celebrate them making the playoffs because they will have made it in the most excruciating way possible. And I don't think it means that the Yzer plan is doing a good job, because it is not. A playoff chase can't mean 6-15 my last 21 games. You will have clown card your way and won some weird contest where the other teams simply weren't even remotely into making playoffs.
But if you make it, do you get the chance to wipe the slate clean? And
By playing an incredibly competitive, extend a series to 6 or 7 games? Yes. But on surface, no.
Okay.
This has been gross. So we'll get to it. But they got to win tonight for me to really lock in. You're playing Lord Mountbatten in net tonight for Montreal. Slavkovsky. Let's get after it.
Montembeau.
Lord Mountbatten.
Close enough.
It doesn't matter. They suck. Rico, tell them.
All right, Specs at LTU offers classes year-round. You do not have to wait until the fall. You want to get into radio, TV, graphics design. You can join up at any time because classes are offered year-round. So if you're looking to get into that radio class, broadcast media arts is where you want to go. Digital media arts for TV, graphics communication if you're a graphics design artist. These are all taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business, and with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills that you need to succeed in today's media industry. It's very simple. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. You need to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And once you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose. They are legitimate representation, whether it's personal income tax or business payroll tax. It's Abraham and Rose. They'll fight for you, guide you through the entire process, and they will deal with the IRS directly for you. So save your money and hopefully the time and headaches that are associated with dealing with the IRS. It's abrahamandrose.com or call the number right now, 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040. Ooh, you went 14-68. Go away. I want to know how it's 2:20 in the afternoon and Troy Weaver's still employed. And is this the most hopeless situation in all of sports? We'll get to Javy Baez at 3. We'll do a little football before then. David Ticket Text, what do you got?
I'm waiting, so I want the news. The fact that Troy Weaver drafted Killian over Tyrese Halliburton, he should have been fired immediately.
Okay, no, but thank you for participating.
Someone else is saying, Tony from Macomb actually is saying, this is the easiest firing in sports history, and Gores wants to get Troy a babysitter instead. Makes no sense.
Think about that. When has it ever been more obvious to fire someone? I mean, we have no war chest. Still owe the Knicks a pick. We have a roster that's in complete disrepair. There's no hope.
You've actually lost more games now than when you first got here. So you didn't improve. This is you cannot allow this man to make another pick.
20, 23, 17, 14.
Because right now, there's only one pick that anybody else in the league really wants that you cut. They would covet, and that's Cade. And I think we're probably overselling what Cade you'd get back in return.
Yeah, I think the realistic return is you call a team like the Spurs and you get a couple first-round picks and maybe a rotational player. Like, you're not getting 5 first-round picks.
The fact that he's
extension eligible, Rico.
Yeah, you're going to keep Troy and bring in a supervisor for him, somebody, a buddy, a consigliere, somebody he can bounce ideas off of.
This franchise has no idea what they're doing, because the owner is a space cadet.
Tom Gores and Troy Weaver are driving me away from being a Pistons fan. That is Trevor from Davidson.
I have news for you. Expand this. Tom Gore's stewardship of this franchise has alienated a generation of Pistons fans. Because I hate to break it to you, if you were 16 years old in 2004, and that was the glory, your formative time in life, and the Palace was rocking. By the time you were 19, it was all over. You are sitting here now as a 40-year-old or a 38-year-old grown-ass human with a family and a mortgage or a life, a career. You haven't seen anything worth watching in a minimum of 15 years. You've lost a generation in your Bobby Bottle Service dress shirts and T-shirt cannon.
Pretty sad when you put it that way.
Well, that's what I'm here to do.
You're right.
Someone says, restore the restore. That's the Pistons motto for next year. Another person, David Madisonite, says, I used to be a huge Pistons guy, and
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. The Red Wings got to have at least a point tonight against Montreal to avoid playoff elimination. And you can hear it right here. It's on WWJ News Radio 950 tonight. Coverage at 6:45. Franchise worst 14-68 season officially over. The Pistons aren't firing Troy Weaver despite his owning a worse winning percentage than Matt Millen. Instead, the Pistons are reportedly creating a president of basketball ops role. NBA insider Mark Stein reporting the Pistons are interested in Bucks GM John Horst, who's a Michigan native. And Tigers and Rangers here on 97.1 tonight with coverage at 6:15. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock, and Troy Weaver is still employed. We also have the Javy Baez saga. So let's do this. I want to try to attack both of these, and then maybe put them together, which is, who do you want out of town more? Troy Weaver or Javy? Let me start with the Troy Weaver news, which is, you heard Beanie just talk about it. It's the theater of the absurd. Troy Weaver's presided over a rebuild, and these are your win totals: 20, 23, 17, and 14. It's completely broken. It's a failed state. And you have maybe one player that has a future being an all-star. One. Cade Cunningham. Okay. The Pistons' answer to this is to not fire Troy Weaver, which is just the easiest. To me, there's no easier decision in the history of sports. This is Matt Millen-esque. You just fire Matt Millen. You fire Troy Weaver. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
4 years in, you are 6 games worse than when you started.
No roster. There's no war chest of draft capital. I have a ton of cap space that I don't want you spending. But no, their answer is, we're now going to hire a babysitter for the babysitter. So Troy Weaver, now you heard Beanie's report there. They're going to hire a standing GM of another team to come in here as the president of basketball ops? Then what power would Troy Weaver have? He'd be like Morgan Freeman in Shawshank when he has to ask to go take a pee-pee.
See, I was just going to hit that drop.
Pretty much all. Troy Weaver will have to ask to use the bathroom like a third grader. What power would Weaver have? They're going to give absolute power to the new final say.
Because you just hired your replacement. Matter of fact, Troy, why don't you go pick him up from the airport?
So why not just fire Troy Weaver and hire the next guy? Okay, so theater of the absurd there. That the season ended. In case you had blacked out from late October, a season that started 2-1 and finished 14-68. The worst in Pistons history. The way a real franchise handles it is you only wait till the morning after so it looks professional. And you fire Troy Weaver over a bagel. It's over. The first bite of scrambled eggs go in, dead. You're fired.
Yeah. Troy, when you get back to your office, there's a lot of boxes in there. Go ahead and pack it up.
Correct. So Troy Weaver's thing is here for you. I just explain how this is a plan. That we're going to hire a guy who will have final say on basketball, yet we won't fire the guy who we don't trust enough to have final say. Nice franchise. Part 2 of this is Javy Baez. Yesterday, I understand it was the Masters. I understand it was 77 and sunny. I don't expect you to have watched the game or even heard the postgame. That's why we're here. Javy hit his first home run of the year, and the crowd booed him. And his response was kind of a Hulk Hogan, a little bit of a cat call, if you will. After the game, Rieger asked him a question, and I'm here to tell you I don't have a problem with anything Javy said. I just don't care. What he said, he probably should say to his family or agent or pastor or tell someone who cares, we don't. You make $20 million a year, and the people who paid their money to go to that game yesterday don't like you. They know you stink at baseball. So I'll play the audio. So don't think I'm going to rip him for what he said. I just tell someone who cares.
Yeah.
So here's Javy after the game. You're not wrong. But this is where I brought it up earlier in the show. It's just simple if you're an athlete or it's anything in life.
But see, here's the thing. Just give me
You're
1
fine.
second.
Dude, it's not a race. We're here till 6. Do what you got to do.
Actually, a little more. Yes, that's fine. Except when you hit the home run and then you basically egg on the crowd.
Right.
Now you you lose that innocence. Now you can't say, well, you're just being mean to me because you kind of did that out of spite. You could have just hit the home run, went around the base path, celebrate with your teammates. Great. Yay. Maybe we can win this thing. But no, you made it a point. Oh, you know what? Let me hear you boo now. I just hit a home run. Like, once you do that, then all that stuff that you just said goes out the window. Because, well, why did you do that? Because that would have been my next question. If you feel this way, why did you egg them on?
And again, we talked about it earlier. You know, Javy already won. You lived your childhood dream. You play a kid's game for generational wealth, and you're terrible at it now. Why do you validate criticism from people you'd never ask for advice? Like, fans can't hit a baseball. Why do you care? You won. It's the deal you signed. In many ways, dude, go to Ticket Text. There's probably someone on there calling my mama. See you next Tuesday. Okay? People are animals. The difference is I don't care. I get paid either way. So it doesn't matter. Like, you have to be able to compartmentalize and move on. We talked about it with Goff, it doesn't matter. You have to be able to block it out. So, Javy, you got to just tell someone who cares. You can't get into it with fans. Like when you saw last year, Anthony Rendon getting in the face of can't do it. You're right. Is it disrespectful when fans say certain things? Sure. The same way it is when people use racist language towards Rico on the Ticket Text. Like, guys, everybody plays in the same space. So, Javy, great message. We ain't here to hear it. And it leads us to this next thing, which is I still believe if this continues where he plays this poorly and the fans continue booing his ass, I think there's absolutely a chance he could be DFA'd later in the year. Because if this team does what I think they're capable of, which is hang around, be relevant, it's a terrible division. Rico, they're going to have to make a point that this guy is absolutely the single worst everyday player in the game. You're not going to keep benching him every 3-4 days, and you can't hit him lower than 8th or 9th.
No, but see, I thought that was last year when he didn't know the amount of outs and they pinched him for a game, and I'm thinking, okay, this is it. And then he comes back and he's batting fourth. Like, okay, you know what? No, he's going to be around here for a while. I just don't think that the Tigers are willing to move on from him.
That's fine.
So I think that put him 8th, and maybe we can hide him in the lineup.
If they're good, and this guy is 100% worse than the league average player, and the fans, look, I'm not telling fans what to do. I'm saying if you want a certain result, you're clearly being heard. So if it gets more toxic, they'll be forced into it. Mm-hmm. Because the other thing is Scott Harris can't look himself in the mirror going, I'm taking the field 6 on 9, 5 on 9. You get to a point, Rico, like if they're good in June,
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I guess I'm wondering, can that organization be embarrassed?
I know.
Can you, will they just like, you know what? It means that there's people in the seats. We're going to find the positive about this.
Okay.
More people to buy slices of pizza.
And I'm openly telling you, I can't argue. I can't. I feel like I've seen this movie before, and when it gets this bad, there's only one way out. So I would love to know from you guys, who do you want out of town more? If you have thoughts on the Weaver thing, and hey, we're gonna give Weaver a new boss who neuters all of his power. Why not just fire the damn guy? And the Baez thing, I mean, getting booed if they're hitting a home run at home, that's unique. This is where we are. 248-539-9797. Rico, New Testament, please.
Xfinity gives me a chance to catch up on all my favorite shows while I'm on the go. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. You can also get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruption. With college basketball tourney, that's over. You got baseball now being played, the NBA. Hey, you get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, and fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or simply drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Hi there. Crazy weather. I know, 80 today. It'll probably snow tomorrow. The point is it can wreak havoc on your AC and your furnace. If you need service, call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. Plenty of generators in stock and on sale. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they'll take 25% off the next day call. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, we'll get to the people in a second. David, a few of the ticket texts, if you'd be so kind. And then we'll get to the calls. Little football later in the hour.
Someone says, careful, Mike. Javi is going to accuse you of being negative. Oh, Jesus, guys.
No. The point I'm making is there's no one who wants this to be the outcome. Fans are booing because he is their highest paid player. I gave you some stats that I'm hesitant to give you 15 games into a year. But he's effectively the single worst everyday regular in the sport. So fans are upset because he's one of the reasons they might fall short of this division. He's one of the reasons their offense stinks. He was signed to be a top half of the order bat, or at worst hit fifth. And he's been relegated to the, well, we can't put you anywhere else role on this team. They have a right to boo. But we all want him to play well. It would fix the whole problem. But he's not just bad, he's historically bad. Go ahead.
The Javy Baez situation reminds me of the Tyler Collins situation years ago. I remember when he gave the middle finger to the fans, and he was gone shortly thereafter.
Right. I mean, Jack McDowell did the same thing with the Yankees. You know, this Rendon thing, it's headed towards the same place where you MF a fan, and then you're telling people openly baseball's not important to you. Like, you just get to a place where, yeah, the money's the money, but we can't have you here.
Right.
You did ask earlier in the hour which one you would want gone, Harvey or Troy. People are answering that question, saying Harvey for sure, 100%. He has to go over Troy Weaver.
Wow.
Next person, Marlon in Wall Lake, says Troy Weaver for sure. Please, for the love of God, I want him gone. Another one says Troy Weaver. It's not even close.
I just wish we could get more people to call in and attempt to explain Tom Gore's management system of now we're going to add another layer of management. Why wouldn't you just fire Troy? You've taken all his power. Now, if you mean to tell me that Troy still has all his power and we're putting in a figurehead to, quote, rubber stamp decisions, then what meaning does that have?
None.
So it's
a
either
waste of money either way.
So it's either kind of like a look over here light show, or you've just neutered the guy and you fire him.
Yeah.
What it makes no sense to me,
right? Because as you say, either Troy has power, and then before I make the deal, I got to run it down and give the thumbs up. You like that one?
Right. And if the guy says no, you're going to create a toxic work environment.
Or the guy comes in and was like, wait, Troy, what are you working on there? No, let me read that. No, we're not doing that. Which means then you're his boss?
Now, if you want to tell me that Troy's going to return to being a scout, which is probably what he is.
Is he, though?
Well, he was with OKC, and he helped them identify players. Look, man, it's different being a scout than the guy who's got to actually make the picks. The scout just does the reports and makes a recommendation. The guy at the top has got to make the pick. Okay. Rico, I'm just telling you what's on his resume.
No,
I want to go to Wikipedia and argue.
No, I understand. I'm just saying you would think.
You would think he would have done better, yes. But my point is,
he's the antithesis of Brad Holmes, where Holmes just seems to find everybody.
I know.
He finds the one guy that and he's out the league.
Not everybody's made to be the captain. I don't know what else to do. But Rico, the idea that he hasn't lost his job, what is the hesitation?
Bruh, if it didn't happen, as you said, by
It's
10
not
o'clock
happening.
by 10 o'clock this morning, it's not happening.
Troy
went home and he's coming back tomorrow. And he is not worried.
This is like the Matt Millen dinner with Bill Ford Jr., the extension dinner over some fried calamari. Like, what the hell?
He's going to be having his spiked steak tonight with a beer.
Right?
Like, they wanted me gone, and I'm still here.
It's unbelievable. Let's go to the people, see what they've got to say. And both things are in play. We'll go to Rob, 97.1. What's up, Rob?
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Good. What's going on?
Who should keep their job more, Troy Weaver or Mr. Angel Hernandez? Mike, can you please make time this week on a slow day to talk about that clown as well?
The idea that
that man
baseball
still has a job?
The idea that they allow Angel Hernandez to be worse than an amateur CYO league umpire and almost flaunt it is remarkable.
No, right there. He flaunts it. He knows what people say about him. He doesn't try to get better. I'm sorry, Rob, but it is embarrassing. Like he's become his own little sideshow. He's baseball's version of Teddy Valentine.
Sometimes you say, Rico, when you're talking about people that sell their job, he must have pictures of somebody. Angel Hernandez must have pictures of the mom, the grandma, the aunt. How that man still. I'll get off my soapbox.
No, you're
I'm
fine.
headed down
You're
to
fine.
LCA right now with a client, and I'm very excited about the Red Wing game. I'm hoping. I was telling Kenny, with my company tickets, I'm 3-0-1 this year. Hoping for a big, huge Red Wings victory tonight for Kenny. But Mike, with Javy Baez, I think you're being funny about the question with Justin Jess. It's got to be Troy Weaver. I mean,
okay.
If Tom Gore, well, first of all, Tom Gores is a clown as well. But if this organization allows that man to handle this draft, I mean, at some point, Mike, you just got to throw your hands up and say, we're only going to talk about Tigers.
Understand why I asked the
Michigan
question,
is
though.
good.
The Tigers, unlike the Pistons, they have hope. And I think the Tigers will be playing for something, which means Javy out could mean more. The Pistons,
but realistically, Mike, the contract and just taking a step back and being realistic about it, they're not going to get rid of Javy Baez. Like, they might not play him, they might just get rid of him. But I mean, it's because of the contract. I just don't think it's realistic, and that's why I just think the Weaver thing's easy. I mean, get rid of him and bring somebody in that. But the whole living in L.A., the Beverly Hills, and not being here, and he's just not Detroit. I never understood the Gores thing. I think I speak for a lot of Detroiters when he doesn't connect with anybody. He doesn't care. You say it all the time. He bought the team from Davidson for $300 million. They're worth $1.2, $1.4 billion now. He doesn't love sports. He doesn't love Detroit. He doesn't love the Pistons. It was an investment, period. So take your money and go. But like that's the most frustrating thing with this team is, and ownership is, there's no relation to Detroit, the people in Detroit. Like, he doesn't care. Period.
well, and I admit this. I mean, Rob, it's not in my nature, but I've basically just given up. That's why I said Javy Baez is the one for me, because I don't think there's any hope for this Pistons team. I don't have a way out. There's no draft pick. There's no trade. There's no firing. There's no signing. There's no pathway where I can get them to 50 wins, where I can make this into something. It's disrepair. There's certain times you'll see homes that you can rehabilitate, or other times I got to bulldoze it. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's good bones here. Like, there's no remodel that. How do I fix this?
You don't. You have to treat this like it's an expansion team, and you have to start all over. And I think that's where management, everything. Where, heck, I'm to the point now, maybe you just pick some new colors and just start brand new, because there is nothing here really worth salvaging.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls. I want to do a little football at 5:45. We will take you up to Tiger baseball at 6:10. A little bit of commentary on the Masters as well. Scheffler's he's a robot. I mean, the focus, I'll get it to you in a minute. I want to ask, I had a hot take. I want to run it by you. I ran it by a golf person, Evan. He didn't laugh at me. So I figured I could at least bring it to the air without you, hurling a pencil at me. All right. Let me tell you about FanDuel. It's very simple. You could bet the Wings tonight, but let's not do that. Let's look at NBA play-in tournament, some SGPs, different other things. Place a $5 bet, you get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. Whether you're a new customer or, look, you've played for a while. FanDuel's got all kinds of stuff, and they have more markets than anybody. So maybe it's a home run prop. Maybe it's you got an angle on an NBA game tonight. You like rebounds or points for a specific player. Whatever it is, FanDuel just has more ways to play. So it's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. It's very simple. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Fresh off of setting a new franchise record for futility in a single season, the Pistons are not firing Troy Weaver. Instead, Detroit is reportedly creating a president of basketball ops role. NBA insider Mark Stein reporting the Pistons are interested in Milwaukee GM John Horst, who's a Michigan native. Horst, who was Detroit's manager of basketball ops from 2007 to 2008, was named NBA Executive of the Year in 2021 when the Bucks won the NBA title. For about the third straight time, it's the biggest game in the history of Little Caesars Arena. Tonight, the Red Wings host the Habs, needing at least a point to avoid playoff elimination. Hear it on WWJ, our coverage starting at 6:45. And Tigers and Rangers from Detroit tonight on 97.1 with coverage at 6:15. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get to the calls. We'll get with David. And then, again, it's interesting because the absurdity when you just sit and say it out loud with this Weaver thing. You have a GM of the Bucks. Now, unless Horst is going to lose his job for this disastrous Dame Lillard trade where Dame is miserable, he doesn't want to be there, they're not going to win the title, and they'll probably trade Dame this summer. Why would any GM anywhere with any security come here and take over this shipwreck? And oh, by the way, if they're what?
You said shipwreck. I thought you were going to say something else.
No, my goodness.
I know, but
unsavory.
I'm thinking of pre-show meeting, Mike.
Got it. But no, I mean, it's so like if you give him the power, then why have the GM? And if you don't give him the power, you're not going to get a qualified candidate. And what would the point of the hire be?
I guess to bring in smart people to help Troy out. But do you really need to hire smart people to help Troy out 4 years in? If this was his very first job and it was year one, I understand. Going to help you out. Here's somebody who's retiring in a year. He can kind of help you learn the ropes. But this is a waste of money. Let's just call it what it is. Either you're going to waste money on Troy or you're going to waste money on this new pseudo president of GM or whatever.
I think what it is loyalty. I don't think they want to get rid of Troy because they view it as admitting failure, knowing they've been BSing their way through life, and then they have to start over.
Didn't you already hit the point of admitting failure when you were about to set the NBA's record for futility?
Well, not in their mind, because they remained nimble, because they remained flexible, because we're 3 weeks ahead of you. Do you want to go back to the Goris holiday video?
Oh, you're right.
They didn't admit failure. He tried to sell you a vision.
You're right.
Not yelling at you, talking with my hands.
Yeah, I remember
Talking with my hands.
when he snuck into town and
the secret meeting.
Yeah,
Talked to Monty about rotations.
Yeah, snuck into town and left right back out. Didn't bother to say hi to anybody.
Go to Hayden, 97.1. What's up, Hayden? How are you?
Mike, Rico, good afternoon.
Afternoon. What's on your mind?
Hey, when I came out to my truck leaving the office, I wanted to hear that update that Weaver was gone. I intentionally didn't listen or read up on it during the day. The fact that if Javy Baez received an extension, free pizza for the rest of his life to stay with the Tigers wouldn't bother me. Troy Weaver, I don't see how anybody can say Baez over Weaver. Weaver should have been gone after losing 28 straight. He should have been gone after confronting the fan who was telling the truth.
Yep.
He should have been gone after Killian was let go and still didn't land with the team. I don't understand this new role that Gores is coming up with, but it's one of the main reasons when I decided not to renew my season tickets. I said to my sales rep, I said, because of Troy Weaver, Aaron Tellem, and their sons, and anybody else is rotting that organization from the inside out. Gores is who he is. He's the owner. He ain't selling. He's got a good thing going down there. But Troy Weaver, by far, has to go. And to see that he's still employed and has access to that building is, I want to say, is unbelievable. But with everything else going on with this organization, I believe it. And it's sad.
I do too. And your point with Gores is spot on. I mean, I think Platinum Equity manages a portfolio north of $50 billion in assets. The Pistons are merely 1.5 of that. He's never felt like a serious man. He's never felt like a serious person. From his intro press conference where he was dressed as Bobby Bottle Service, it's never felt like this is a serious man.
No. He always just kind of feels like that Disneyland dad who just kind of comes in every now and then and whatever you want, I'll buy you whatever you want, and then we leave.
Or the son in Horrible Bosses.
Fair.
Why are we paying hospital bills? Well, the guy got hurt in our warehouse. Get rid of him. Like, you're like, this can't be a real person. You're wearing, does that shirt have a dragon on the back? Yes, it does. It's just he's never felt serious.
Yep.
So remember the Chauncey retirement and Chauncey family or moving the community. T-shirt Tom, remember the night against Memphis? We do. Like, it's just not a serious person.
You're right. Or the Christmas video. We'll be better.
We're 3 weeks ahead of you. Are you now?
We understand what's going on. Do you?
Great. David, some ticket text, please. Sorry.
Can we stop saying this is the biggest game in LCA history? It was the past game with the Caps. We're going to lose tonight.
No, I didn't say it because in order for me to say Red Wings, they have to win tonight. I'm done with this. When I wanted to set fire to the TV when they blew a 4-1 lead in Toronto. Only to then go, oh, look at us now. We're going to steal it. Just go away. So if they get in, let me give you an advanced preview. If you're going to be an Iserbot and try to tell me that this thing's no, it's not. I don't feel great about the Iser plan, even if they get in. Any good feelings will either happen or not organically by how they play in that series, because you can't pimp 5-15 over your last 20 as some, see, we did it. You fell down the stairs and just didn't break your neck. That's what you'll be calling about and pimping.
Oh, you already know. You already know that's what's going to happen.
Line them up and knock them down like bowling pins.
Yeah, they went from 4-1 to, I thought, I'm like, okay, well, you know what? We live to fight another day. Wait, what do you mean it's now 4-4? Wow.
The most red
4-1 after the first, like, okay, this is going to be a boat race, right?
The most Red Wingian thing is for them to win tonight only to lose in an inexplicable fashion in Montreal tomorrow.
I think we kind of all feel that way.
That is like the...
Right, the mercy would just be going out and losing tonight. Just be done.
Yeah, Nona passed peacefully in her sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Versus whole family at her side, and she dies in front of all of them in violent fashion. Which would be tomorrow.
But before I go, let me tell you how I really think about all of you. And oh, by the way, you were never really a part of the family. All right, now I'm gone.
Pass away peacefully or make kids sign NDA before dying, Juice style. Right. That's tomorrow night.
Let me read this one. This is for you, Rico. They said, I'm also with you, Rico. My heart skipped a beat when Mike said shipwreck.
It was the how you said it. I was just like,
got it.
I'm about to say, David.
No, it's just literally a boat that is marooned.
So that's
all right. John Jansen weight loss fiesta. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. Doing the same damn thing John did. Go all Ideal You. Right now, you could get on the same road to success. You sign up, you get a $200 Visa gift card. You book the free consultation right now, idealu.us. And they're different than other weight loss programs. They're going to provide the coaching, provide the support. It helped John lose 63 pounds and keep it off. All you need to do to hopefully have the same success as John, sign up. Get the Visa gift card for $200. Get the free body composition analysis worth $150. And get on your road to success. It's idealu.us. That's Ideal U Health Center.
Here's what's not painful. We're going to talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings, sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the road. And Hamilton Chevy has all of them, from fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. Look at today, folks. They even got convertibles. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the April Rico deal. A 2024 Chevy Equinox for just $279 a month. Yeah, you heard me right. $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, and you drive away with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just see my guys at Hamilton for details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. It's the Red Wings' penultimate game of the regular season tonight at LCA with the Canadiens in town. A win or overtime loss keeps Detroit's playoff chances mathematically alive heading into the finale tomorrow at Montreal. Derek Lalonde wants you, Detroit fan, to do your part tonight. Wings and Habs face off on WWJ News Radio 950 tonight. Coverage at 6:45. Tigers starting a 4-game home set with the defending World Series champs, the Rangers, tonight. Reese Olson on the bump. For Texas, it's former Tiger Michael Lorenzen. And you can hear that here. Pre-game coverage starts in just a few minutes. Pistons reportedly not firing GM Troy Weaver, instead creating a president of basketball ops role to oversee him and all personnel matters. Detroit said to be interested in Bucks GM John Horst for that position. And the WNBA draft is tonight. Caitlin Clark is such a lock to go first overall to the Indiana Fever that most sportsbooks have pulled that prop bet from their boards. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll take you to Tiger Ball here, 6:10 right now, the big finish. David.
Well, yep, it is the big finish, and we'll start right where Beanie left off. The Wings play tonight, and Mike says no, he's done with the Wings. Win tonight or die.
No. Win tonight. You get my attention for tomorrow. I'm not doing the yo-yo thing with this team. They still, guys, no offense, you could win both these games and still not make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. So tonight is your barrier to entry. Consider it the cover charge. Win tonight, and I'll see you tomorrow night north of the border.
See, that would be the ultimate Wings season in a microcosm. You actually win these last 2 games, and you still didn't make it because you got
housed by Phoenix twice.
Yeah.
Sorry. Now I mean Salt Lake.
I was about to say they're not in Phoenix anymore.
Okay, David.
Next thing on the list, we talked about the New York Jets' new uniforms. Both of you love them. You want the Lions to do something similar.
Yes.
With the Lions, Rico, you want them to keep that blue helmet.
Yeah, the helmet that they broke out last year in the middle of the season, that should be the new standard. And maybe use bubbles as the alternate throwback, but you hit upon gold, ride with it. You had a winning season. I don't think you're going to get any pushback by the fans. Heck, just trying to buy that logo was hard enough to get. Like it sold like crazy. So, yes. And I also think that they're going to somehow incorporate the color black in these jerseys.
Just be timeless. Whatever you do, that was what I liked about the Jets. It was a modern take on a classic look, and it's timeless. I want something that Lion fans can rally around for a decade, 15 years, not 4.
You're right, because the Jets on the helmet, I was like, I like the font. Like, I like this.
And I'm hopeful. Go ahead, David.
Mike, you had fun with some baseball numbers and gave reasons why pitchers are getting injured more.
Yeah. All right, so here's what it was. I was watching Sunday Night Baseball. Let me pull the graphic up. I had to take the picture off of TV. But everyone wants to know, well, why are pitchers blowing out so much? 2008, the amount of fastballs that were 95 or above, 13%. Last year, 35%. The comp I would draw, concussions. Why are players now in more danger than players back in the day? Bigger, stronger, faster, more violent collisions. All right. Breaking balls thrown 85 or faster, which the wipeout sliders, the splitters, the different things. 2008, over the course of a season, 33,000. Last year, 77,000. We're asking guys to throw too hard, too often. We've basically taken stability out, and I don't care if you go 5. Did you strike out 8? You know, if you're a reliever, if you don't throw 97, 98, you don't have a place in this league. So it's not hard. It's not the pitch clock. It's analytics are ruining sports. That's how we have high schoolers getting elective Tommy John. That's a serious thing.
We got into a few Pistons topics, including they were 15th in attendance in the NBA.
I refuse to accept it. You know what? Here's Rico Beard.
I was going to say, brought to you by the same people who told you about that sellout streak that they had back at the Palace when they were all disguised as blue seats.
Exactly. We also got to a little breaking news for the Pistons that after the disappointing 14-68 season, the Pistons have decided.
Hold on. The disappointing 14-68.
That's how Shams put it.
Catastrophic, horrific.
Blown diaper. Diaper has lost structural integrity type of thing. That's what 14-68 is. Now carry on. What do you want to ask me?
They've decided to hire a new head of basketball operations, a president, they'll begin their search this week, which then led to the major conversation we continue to have all day. How does Troy Weaver still have a job? Because it sounds like he's keeping his job.
Right, and it's the idea that allegedly the new president of basketball operations will have final say on all basketball moves. So Why is Troy here? Either the new president has the authority to make moves, rendering Troy an intern, or you're hiring a figurehead, and we're letting Troy fully drive this boat ashore. Rico, I have no understanding of what they're doing.
No, but this is a microcosm of the Pistons in the last 4 years. You can say that about so many things. I have no understanding what they're doing. Kay Cunningham was the no-brainer pick, but other than that, your selections, your coaches, everything about you is like, what are you trying to do? And this is just the latest because I don't really know. Do you report to Troy? Does Troy report to you? Do you do this in unison?
How many times does he get to say no to Troy's ideas before you have a toxic work environment?
Right.
Like, it's kind of problematic.
Right. If there's a tie, does Mason get to break the vote? Like, I don't understand.
Okay, I'm actually in on that idea.
And Javy Baez was a major topic on today's show, including Javy Baez OPS plus being at 3.
Yeah, okay. OPS plus is OPS, except it factors the ballpark into it. Long story short, if you're at 100, you're league average. Every point above 100 is a percentage that you're better than league average. Every point below is what you're worse than league average. So Javy Baez is roughly 97% worse than a league average farmhand. So I don't really need to hear your comments on anything. And again, he's not wrong for what he said, which is just like, yeah, man, the booing sucks and it's disrespectful when people cuss at me and stuff. Cool. Tell your wife. Tell your pastor, because we don't care. You're really bad at baseball and these fans are really upset. And this is the deal you sign. It's why people get to say god-awful racist things about Rico or god-awful just horrible things about me on Ticket Text. And guess what? I don't care. Do whatever you want. I get paid every 2 weeks. You have to compartmentalize it. You can't let people get in there. Javy's old enough. He should know better. And you've already got generational wealth and you're going to live a great life. People boo you, whatever. Check still clears. Mm-hmm. But again, you get in arguments or you want to talk to the fan. You're never going to win. I really believe this thing could be headed to a very toxic place. If he doesn't play better and the fans keep booing him and this team's good, call me a fool. Call me a fool, but I believe maybe he wouldn't be here at the end of the year. All right, Tiger baseball next. You get the Rangers. You don't have to face their best pitcher in Eovaldi. Obviously, Scherzer's on the shelf. I don't know. Go out there and do something, please. All right, Tiger baseball's next.